Hey, this is T-Pat, and we'll be playing some Pokemon Violet. We'll be showcasing a speedrun for the SGDQ 2023 submissions. And Pokemon Violet is, of course, the newest game in the Pokemon series, released back in November of 2022. Already pretty rock-solid route with Flamigo as the main Pokemon, but it is a bit on the longer side. So any percent ends up being at about 5.5 hours. And today we'll be doing a category called Treasure Hunt, which is kind of like the middle part of the run, but it makes it a little bit more digestible of a category length. My estimate for this will be 4 hours and 5 minutes. So far, I've been under 4 hours in each attempt, but of course we'll be doing a no reset run, marathon style, and we'll just take whatever Pokemon we get, we'll take whatever RNG we get, and we will run with it. Before I begin, a couple things about this category. Treasure Hunt is basically the companion storylines. Our three main companions have given us 3 storylines to complete for the middle part of the game. So you can already see that we're not starting from the true beginning of the game. We have bypassed about the first 50 minutes, the introduction and the tutorial section, but we also won't be doing the end game storyline, which is the Area 0 portion of the game. So this is really the meat of the run, and what makes this run interesting is that more than just the 8 gym badges and the Pokemon League, well, that's just one of the 3 storylines. We also have to fight Team Star, and we also have these new Titan Pokemon that we'll be defeating as well. In total, we collect 18 badges, or 1 boss for every type of Pokemon. And because this is an open world game, it presented quite a routing challenge, but also a very interesting route that every single objective can be done in any order we want. And I think that's what makes this game very, very interesting. One last thing before we begin, you might be wondering what our starter Pokemon is, and we picked Fuecoco. Even though he won't be the main Pokemon for the run, we will use Fuecoco for at least one of the gym leaders. So I have Fuecoco picked. We're already through the intro and the tutorial section of the game, and timing will start on first movement from here. I'm just gonna quick get my notes up, and we'll be underway. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so again, 18 objectives, the 8 gym badges, the 5 star bases, and the 5 Titan Pokemon are all the objectives that we'll be working on for the course of this run. And while Fuecoco is not our main Pokemon, that will be our first objective, is to get the stronger Flamigo, which we'll be using for a very large majority of the run. But as is with kind of most Pokemon games, the hardest tricks are actually right away, and the most dangerous tricks. And they're not fights, they're actually wild Pokemon. We're going to go into an area that has Pokemon that are going to be at a much higher level. Not like a ton higher level than us, but quite a bit higher level. So the first thing I did is very much a marathon safety thing. I bought a couple Pokedolls. This will guarantee that we'll be able to run away from any of the stronger Pokemon that we might happen to see. But here's our first trick of the run already. We hop up that ledge backwards in what we call a backwards long jump. That's right. Everyone's favorite SM64 trick is in this game, or at least that's what we named it after. The backwards long jump, or the BLJ, will be used quite a lot to access sections of the game that we would normally not be able to travel to. Yes, this is an open world environment, but the little section of the southern province I'm in shouldn't be accessed until a little later of the game. It kind of assumes that we should be at around level 20 because all these wild Pokemon are about level 20 to 22. And if you notice, our Fuecoco is still only level 9, so if we hit any wild encounters, it would actually be very dangerous, especially that guy. Because Fuecoco is actually the slowest of the 3 starter Pokemon, makes it nearly impossible to run away from any of the other Pokemon that we might encounter in this region. So I'm actually being very careful to not encounter anything until I get to the... One second. The Flamigos, they should pop up right there. So this guy will be our main Pokemon. Bam. And like Legends Arceus, we can use backstrikes. So initiating this battle via a backstrike will guarantee that we catch this in a quick ball. And there we go. Yes, we kind of abuse that backwards long jump mechanic to get to this area, but that was a level 17 Flamigo. Fantastic Pokemon. Flying fighting type, which is fantastic typing. Which we will very much use to our advantage in this run. One more little detour before we start using Flamigo. This is a experience candy, and that's gonna be, you're gonna notice that this run's going to almost abuse. We're gonna go trick-or-treating. This is a straight up Halloween-esque run. We're gonna be picking up a lot of candy, and we want the good houses. We want the full bars. Doing some menuing to get some better moves. Excellent. I have a scrappy ability. We'll explain that in a bit. As I dodge the... Okay, so there's a lot of Pokemon that were there. None of those are dangerous. We're kind of back in the low-level area. So these wild encounters are like level 5. Woo! So we're going to try to avoid them best we can. So just like that, have you ever seen in a Pokemon game that that our main Pokemon just achieves level 25 that quickly? Like 3 minutes in the game, I have a level 25 Flamigo. Incredibly good Pokemon. I would say Flamigo's cousin is like Halucha. Also a flying fighting type. But its attack stats even higher, which is kind of wild to think about. Its attack stats higher, its speed stats a little slower than, say, Halucha. But we're going to be so over-leveled for the run that it shouldn't be a worry. And the run will reward the higher attack, generally speaking, as we move along. But just like that, we are now to our first Titan Pokemon. That is Cloth. As you've noticed, the Titan Pokemon will kind of look like Dynamax Pokemon. They're much larger than normal Pokemon. And we are rushing Cloth here. So Cloth is the first thing that we will fight, and no matter what category you are running in this game, you are fighting Cloth first. The Titan Pokemon will allow our ride Pokemon, our bike, it's actually a legendary Pokemon. In Violet, it's Miraidon, and in Scarlet, it's Koraidon. The Titan Pokemon will allow Miraidon, in this case, to basically get like enhancements. In the old Pokemon days, we might call them HMs, like Rock Climb and Surf and Fly or Glide. But Cloth gives us the most important ability, which is to dash or sprint. Effectively just going to increase our move speed, and in a speed run, we're going to do that. Now for treasure hunts, we have to fight Cloth anyways. It's not optional. But in the other single story categories, like Victory Road or Starfall Street, Cloth would be considered an optional, but the boost to speed is so important that you would go out of your way to fight Cloth anyways, in every instance of the game. So Cloth, I'm not quite strong enough yet to one-shot with the move Low Kick, even though it is 120 base power. So it actually looked like I made a mistake using Wing Attack off the bat, which is not very effective against the Rock-type Cloth. But what I'm trying to do is avoid proccing Cloth's ability, which is called Anger Shell. Anger Shell at after halfway, after it loses half of its health, will increase its attack and speed stats and decrease its defense stats. The stat shuffling around doesn't bother us, but the animation that boosts and lowers the stats is actually incredibly slow. So we're actually avoiding that to get a very clean two-shot instead of, like, fingers crossed for a crit. See, like I said, everything happens really fast right off the bat in this category. We've skipped the intro, we've skipped the tutorial, we are right in the meat of the run, which makes this actually quite an appealing category for this game. We still get to do everything that any percent does, but we just get to start it at a more reasonable section of the game. Of course, this is our first companion. This is Arvin. Arvin is the one that's given us the Titan's quest, which is called Path of Legends. He's a little brash. He doesn't quite have the best social skills, perhaps. But can you blame him? He's a bit of an introvert and a dog lover. And he's on this quest to find what are called the Herba Mystica, our shiny hunters of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet would be very interested in farming the Herba Mystica. But he will help us out on our quest to defeat the 5 Titan Pokemon. He gets the Herba Mystica. We get the power-ups to Miraidon right here. After we give him our sandwich, which has the Herba Mystica as an ingredient, he will gain a boosted power. And like I said, this will be the sprint or dash ability. And that is going to lead us into a huge movement section of the game. Very movement-heavy section. So since we have access to the entire open-world map of the Paldea region, we're basically just going to go on a quick little world tour. There is actually going to be very little fights. In fact, I don't think I do any fights in the next 10 minutes, which you might think is weird for a Pokemon game. But our goal is different. We're going to be going trick-or-treating. We're going to be collecting as many rare candies as well as experience candy mediums and large as possible. We have a very specific route that will get us massively over-leveled through the entirety of the game. Not only early on, but it carries into the late game as well as we kind of divvy up these rare candies and experience candies throughout the run. I should also quick mention that these sections, after we defeat the Titan Pokemon, big cutscene sections would be very good for donations in a GDQ setting. But there we go. There's our sprint ability. We are moving much faster now. There is Cloth. That's actually the same Cloth, by the way, that we just fought. And we'll go over here to our next backwards long jump. Pick up that. That's a money item. We will need a decent amount of money. Yes, he got much smaller. I tried to do a little fancy bit of movement. It didn't work out. What I tried to do there is when you fall off cliffs, it's not like Legends Arceus where there's fall damage. There's no fall damage in this. You can jump off of the highest peak of Glisado Mountain and be totally okay. But your ride Pokemon will give this like harsh, like brace itself landing. It actually does take a couple seconds for it to recover and allow you to keep moving forward. So there will be a couple of instances where I might try to dismount, slide off a cliff, and then remount mid-fall to prevent that. Do a nice little hop here. There's a nice little ledge, by the way, right there. I've already gotten the fly point for this city, known as Zapapico. We'll fly to the other side of town. You'll see me do that a couple times as well. I should also note that if you see me go into this, like, low view, it would be because I'm trying to reduce the amount of lag that might be present. Ooh. Not my best attempt at the long jump. That's not that great either, but that might... Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay. That was a little weird. Okay, so I couldn't get away. These deerlings are a little fast. Ooh, hopefully that... Okay. Oh, no! That's a mistake. I'm not actually trying to catch this thing. It might weirdly get in. Okay, that's weird, but we'll go with it. This would be a good time to talk about how Pokemon spawn in this game. Everything is an overworld spawn, and let's see if I can get around him. Not quite. It's okay. I will, this time, use my Pokédoll appropriately. Using a Pokédoll always guarantees that you can run away. Again, that was the marathon safe item that you saw me pick up. What I was trying to do was get over here so I could pick up that item. How Pokemon spawn, they're all in the overworld. And they can either spawn one at a time or in a group of 5. So that Mudsdale, or the pre-evolved form of that Mudsdale, is just like one at a time. But Pokemon can also spawn in mini hordes of 5. And those deerlings in that Sawsbuck spawned in a horde of 5. And it spawned in the ledge that I was trying to get to. It made it tricky for me to try to avoid since I was trying to jump backwards. But we just kind of roll with the punches. That was very weird. I can truly say I've never caught an optional Pokemon in this game before. That was very, very weird. Very, very weird. But we move forward because, again, this is like a marathon. And as much as I really wanted to reset and try the whole recording again, we're just going to move forward. Woo! Okay. So when you're in this low view, I'm hitting the LZ button. I'm holding it down. It helps to reduce the amount of lag just based on narrowing your field of vision. You have to be careful, though, because if something is in front of you, LZ is also the lock-on button, as in lock on to a Pokemon. And if I do that while I'm locked on, I'm going to get another wild encounter that would be not ideal. So there's a horde of 5 Sneasels right there. One was very big. Just wanted to say. But yeah, you just want to keep your field of vision as low as possible for the most part. So if you see me like undo, it's because there's like a Pokemon in the way like that. I want to not lock on to that. And keep moving. My ability is Scrappy. I think either way, we just hit this fly point by touching the center. Ooh, bonked a bit. That's okay. All right, we are now in our first gym of the day, but we're not going to do the gym. That whole movement section, aside from the weird catching a random Pokemon, which won't hurt me experience-wise. It was just very weird. I made a kind of a miss menu. I thought my Pokédolls were in were in the second inventory. You can tell I usually just reset and not have to like run away from encounters. So yeah, we've entered our first gym of the day. We're not going to do the gym. We're just going to ignore it. We're going to keep moving forward. In fact, this gym we're not going to do for quite some time. Ooh, okay, that was actually a bit closer than I thought. Let's see if I can get the slide. Nope, harsh landing. Etiquette does it so well. There we go. Etiquette was also showing me some better movements. Oh. Uh-oh. Come on, one more jump, one more jump. You can do it. You can do it, buddy. Here, I'll just backwards long jump this last little bit. Come on. Woo. Oh. Yeah, it's just so imperative to focus on. That was the lowest jump I've seen in a while. Oh. Sorry, I'm probably not being very informative about my speedrun. All I'm kind of doing right now is being very focused on my movement section, while also fighting some lag. I've just mentioned it a couple times. But I will reference that, like, for as cool of a game as Pokemon Violet is, and I really, really do like this game a lot. Very interesting speedrun and everything. The biggest flaw of the game itself is that it's just a bit unoptimized, to put it kind of nicely. The game lags. As a speedrunner, it might feel a bit unfortunate. As I... Ooh, nope, not rare candies yet. Screenshot my stats. While you might say, oh, well, lag's a bit unfortunate, and it is, we as speedrunners, well, we have to play around it, don't we? We have to say this is something that, it very much is like a consideration for the run. It's not just like, oh, throw our hands up and say, oh, well, that's that. Well, the question becomes, how can we best reduce the lag? Being in this, like, low view does help, because if I stay in this high view, you can tell that it feels like it's just, aside from me dodging the Pokemon, that it's not moving as smooth as it was before. Just that higher field of vision may very well be causing the game to just be struggling a little bit more than usual. Again, absolutely love the game and everything, but we recognize its flaws in order to improve our own ability at the game. As I pick up... You saw me pick up even more candies. We are making our way to our second Titan Pokemon of the day. And yeah, I fed Flamigo even more experience candies for now. Haven't used any of the rare candies yet, because rare candies will increase your level by 1, and at low levels, that's actually not all that much experience. So instead, I'm using the experience candies, which give you just a flat amount of experience. Medium candies will give you 3,000 EXP, and large candies give you 10,000 EXP, which is way more than just what one level. Like, one medium candy is like a level and then some right now. At higher levels, obviously, it takes more and more EXP to gain that one level. So here's our second Titan. This is Orthworm, or Wormy. Big fan. Wormy is great. And with low kick, was able to cleanly one-shot it. It's going to start becoming very apparent that we are very powerful, and very over-leveled as well. Orthworm is the second thing I fought the whole game. I'm level 49 already. We're 22 minutes into the game, and I'm level 49. Which is incredible. That has set the stage for how powerful that we are going to be. We're gonna utilize both being over-leveled and Flamigo being a good Pokemon to begin with, in conjunction with one another. At this time, I'm gonna look at my stats. I'm modest. Very funny. Oh boy, this is in fact a Flamigo that exists. I just looked at my stats and they're not great. This game we do IV track, but we really only need attack and speed. Don't worry about the nature, which I am minus attack, which is a 10% reduction in my attack stat at the moment. We do get to change our natures. I'm just gonna quick plug all this in. But the attack and the speed stats are the only ones that truly matter. Defense 82. 2 and 77. That's a Flamigo that exists. Okay, that's all I'll need. Yeah, we're not even finished with collecting these candies yet. 49, that's good for the early game. We're going to be much higher level for the late game. Compared to how much EXP that we're going to gain in battle, it's going to be insignificant compared to our experience candies. Might be quite obvious by I've fought 2 things. I have more wild encounters than I do trainer or like any kind of required battles right now. But yeah, standard Pokemon stuff. To cover that again during a kind of down section of the game. Standard Pokemon stuff, there are natures. Natures are, there's one of 25 natures that will either, they increase one stat line by 10% and decrease another stat line by 10%. And there are 5, of course, that would be neutral, so they increase and decrease the same stat line between attack, defense, special defense, and speed. You would probably look, by the way, red is rad, blue is bad, is how we would reference that on the IV tracker. I'm minus attack plus special attack, which is very not good for a Flamigo, which is a physical attacker. So I have a 10% reduction in my physical attack for a 10% increase to my special attack, which I don't use at all. Feels kind of bad. But ever since Gen 8, Sword and Shield, there are these items that are called mints, and mints just outright change the nature. So we're gonna flip-flop what nature we are. In any percent, there are 2 nature switches. In this category, there's only 1. And in fact, we're gonna do the complete opposite of what we are now. From modest, we're gonna go to adamant. Adamant is a plus 10% in attack and minus 10% in special attack. So we're gonna do a 20% flip in our stat line on those 2 stats, which will be much, much better. The other side of this equation are the numbers. Those are called the IVs, or the individual values. No 2 Pokemon are the same. This is kind of like the genetics of the Pokemon. Genetically, how good or bad is a single stat line, and that value ranges from 0 to 31. My attack is, we always go by the lower number for the purposes of this run. My attack is 5 out of 31, pretty low. My speed is 4 out of 31, also pretty low. Thankfully, we're going to buy some vitamins later that's going to help to circumvent that. But both of those stat lines, attack and speed specifically, are so low combined that I actually won't have enough money to buy all of the vitamins that I would like to buy. So I'm going to be a little bit shy on the attack. We will always prioritize speed first, and then we'll buy as many X attacks as we can at the end, or not X attacks, proteins, to try to offset that. So it's not so bad as like, oh, I lost the Flamigo lottery, I'm gonna lose a bunch of time. No, I just have to buy more items later on, which takes the same amount of time, but I actually can't buy as many as I would like to, but only in one stat line, not two. So completely okay. By the way, Arvin has shown us his dog, Mabostiff. He's very sick, and that's why he's gone through the quest line of getting the Herba Mystica, and we are helping him out. Once we learn that it's for a sick dog, it's like, oh, buddy, I'm going to help you out so much. It's the first quest line I did casually. It is also the first quest line that we are going to do here as well. I go bag first. I had to think about it for a second. Oh, I'm going to actually do it like... Or not. I'll just put you over here. Oop. By the way, the ability that we've gained now via fighting Orthworm is the high jump. So I can jump much, much higher than I could before. Ah, I did the thing that Etiquette did where he kind of hits that little lip. I'll do a short jump there. I'm going to try to hit the slide. Oh, I got a little of both. Okay. In Lavencia. Lavencia will be our first true gym. We entered a gym building earlier. This time we're actually just going to be going to the gym. So again, using this low view to try to help with the lag reduction. This city, I believe, is notorious for having the most lag. And there's just the most stuff going on. There are billboards that are changing. There's a ton of people. There are 2 sides to town. There's a lot going on in Lavencia. And my weird... I guess I have a deerling. Thankfully, it, like, didn't evolve. Don't ask me how deerling evolves. Not equipped. I'm equipped to know exactly what's happening in Pokemon Violet speedrun route specifically, and like nothing else. But ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming our first gym leader of the day. Happens to be a streamer just like the rest of us. This is Iono. And we're co-starring in her Iono stream. I actually like the gym layouts in Scarlet and Violet. Unlike every other previous game in the series, the gym puzzles, if you will, or the gym tasks, actually take place in the overworld as well. Before you might think like, oh, you go into this building, which has this very intricate, like, bigger on the inside kind of layout. And it's really fascinating. Here we just go back into town. And this will be the case for all the gyms, is that our gym tasks and gym puzzles will all be done physically in the overworld. These aren't just like extra little locations. Now, Iono's gym task is pretty easy. We're playing Where's Waldo here. We're finding Mr. Walksabout, aka the director of the academy, Director Clavel. And we'll have a couple very, very simple gym trainers in between. I think these are her subscribers. Obviously, we are over-leveled. This Luxio's level 22. We are level 49. So the battles end up being pretty trivial. The gym leaders themselves will offer a little bit of some quick decision making. So again, we have to find the director. He is in Nurse Joy's spot. Very tricky. I found that it was actually more difficult to see him in Scarlet. Funny enough, so I'm playing on Pokemon Violet. Everybody has the violet ties and the violet pants, and the director has the violet suit. In Pokemon Scarlet, they're all wearing scarlet, or like orange ties, pants, suits, etc. But as we work closer towards the gym leader, Iono, there is something that's going to come up that I didn't think was going to come up this early. But again, standard Pokemon stuff, there are these things called ranges. Yes, this is the time that we're going to talk about ranges. Ranges in Pokemon, each attack will never do the exact same amount of damage. It has one of 16 different rolls. So think of rolling like a D16, if such a thing existed. I'm sure it does. But in these D16s, we know exactly how much damage that it's going to do. And in terms of the raw like math and calculation, those 16 values should represent values that are 85% power and increasing by 1% up to 100% power. Of just like the raw, how much damage does this low kick do to this Pokemon? It would calculate what it would be at 100% and then give us these 16 values from 85% to 100%. Many of the values will just seemingly overlap. But the calculations have been done that we know exactly how much damage we're going to do in each of these damage rolls. So if you ever hear me say something like, Mismagius is a 14 and 16 range. That means 14 of those values will KO the Mismagius and 2 of them will not. 14 and 16 being 88%. And it's like, okay, that is the risk that I have to do in this battle. So in this case, I can use the move Acrobatics on Mismagius, and it's a 14 and 16 range. So if I roll my D16 and I get a 3 or higher, I'm good. But if I roll a 1 or a 2, it'll live. Which will obviously cause there to be an extra turn in battle. And usually you'll get like flavor text and maybe the move is slow, or in some cases. So I have a decision to make. At my attack, 5 IV minus attack nature, Mismagius is a 14 and 16 range. If I were up to 9 IV, it would be guaranteed, or 16 and 16. I could also take the safe route, which is to use the move Double Kick. Double Kick will always kill the Mismagius, and you'll see why if you're probably thinking, oh, fighting types don't work on ghost types. Pause. Double Kick will always kill, but it is a slower move. So yeah, Iono has 4 Pokemon. Weirdly enough, this Waterel is one of 2 Pokemon that we'll face in the run where we cannot hit it with at least a neutral or super effective type move with our flying and fighting moveset. That's how good the flying fighting moveset is. Usually that would, like, we can cover everything in the game except for 2 Pokemon. They're both flying electric types. But yeah, by the way, Iono's the electric gym leader. With everything being a one-shot. Well, except at my low attack. I could go for acrobatics, or I could go with double kick. I have to decide now. You know what? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. So, this is a really cool thing happening on our screen. It's called Terralization. And, by the way, we got the range. Every gym leader, every Elite Four member, and even our rivals have access to this new mechanic in Gen 9 called terastallization or terralization. You can argue how it's truly pronounced. And what happens there is that every Pokemon can do it. It'll have what's called a Terra type. Most Pokemon will have a Terra type that matches one of their two typings. So a Mismagius would normally have a Terra type that's Ghost. When you Terastallize or Terrastyle, I think I'm going to say Terrastyle. It sounds the easiest to pronounce. When you Terrastyle, whatever type your Pokemon was, that doesn't matter. Even if it's a dual type, it'll be whatever the Terra type is. Again, most Pokemon might just have the Terra type be their typing. In this case, the Terra type was Electric. It matches the gym leader. So that Ghost type Mismagius was now an Electric type Mismagius, which is why a fighting type move like Low Kick or Double Kick would actually work on, because we know they're going to Terrastyle, on the now Electric type. Terrastyling is very slow, so we are not going to do that ourselves. Being a flying fighting type, our Terra type's one of those two types. I'm sure it said in the menu when I checked, but I don't remember. But it doesn't matter. It's very slow. It's kind of like Dynamax in Gen 8, Sword Shield. Where we would theoretically only Terrastyle or Dynamax if absolutely needed, but because we're so over leveled, there's literally no case where we absolutely need to Terrastyle. By the way, I am streaming this run, so I should take the time to say hi to everybody that did tune in. Razor, Kristen, Bash, hi. Sorry if it sounded like I was ignoring you. I promise I'm not. Woo! Are you kidding me? Whoops. Okay. I'm having quite the run. Whoop, whoop. So, weirdly enough, I had missed that jump, like, recently. I didn't miss the pickup. There was another rare candy there. Oh, I have lots of Pokemon on my screen. I promise I'm better at the game than probably what I'm showcasing. Woo. So, that might be a good time to explain why I missed that, or why I'm confused I missed that item pickup. So all Switch games now allow turbo controllers to be used, and I am using a turbo controller, as you see the little blinking light up here. Really just supports hand health, and with this being in any percent a 5.5 hour category, it's really nice to not have to like mash away with our thumbs and wrists and whatnot. So when I'm trying to pick up items, I'm usually just holding down A, hoping that at 15 frames per second that I will be picking up the items. Every once in a while, it's just not gonna happen. You are worse off in instances kind of like that, where they're like on ledges. Usually you just turn around and try again. In that case, I like fell off that cliff and had to like jump back on. All that does add up. It very much does. But now we're to our second gym town. This is Artisan. And the gym test here is a game of hide and seek with the Sunfloras. They are not RNG, thankfully. And if you're kind of worried why they're a little slumped over, it's because it's nighttime, so they're actually going to sleep. They don't move around during daytime or anything. It's just kind of funny that we always get here at nighttime. And they're always, like, asleep at that time. But yeah, we have to pick up 10. And this one behind the vending machine is actually kind of tricky. And I got it. You can actually talk to the vending machine accidentally. My game is still... I'm having one of those days where, like, the game feels a bit more laggy than usual. Did not feel like this a couple days ago. It's okay. Yes, they're not hard to find, but they are very cute. It's kind of funny that there's all these, like, Sunflora statues around town. I'm having quite a day trying to navigate the movement. I almost feel that you might be thinking, oh, you're level 49, you're level 50. Like, this game must be so easy. The fights are easy. The movement is not. And top players are very, very good at their movement sections. And it almost should showcase that even somebody like me, and I'm not saying that I may or may not be a top player. I'd like to think that I am. You know, everybody can have their off day, or even one or two small slip-ups can make a big difference. So a lot of top runners will make sure that they're very much focused on movement sections and practicing them. You know, especially those that might be difficult. The BLJs are probably one of the more difficult sections, or at least doing them fast and optimally can make a big difference. But our whole warping around the world and picking up all these experience candies, which again, we're not finished with yet. We're just kind of done with the eastern half, per se. And now we're into our second gym leader. This is Brassius, the grass type gym leader. He is supposed to be like one of the first ones that you fight. One of the two easiest gym leaders. We are fighting him second, but he doesn't have Pokemon that are too terribly tough for us. He does have one little quirk though, and it's with his final Pokemon. Not the Smoliv. His final Pokemon after this is Sudowoodo. And Sudowoodo has an ability known as Sturdy. Since Generation 5, Sturdy prevents not just one-hit KO moves, but being one-hit KO'd by anything. So from full health, if something would KO you, you would automatically live on 1. However, Double Kick splits up the damage into 2 separate attacks. So this is how we get around Sudowoodo's Sturdy ability. We are still able to technically one-shot it. So we're saving a turn. Otherwise, we're saving that animation proc of it saying, "Oh, Sturdy, it lived, it endured the hit." And Sudowoodo's attack he will use Trailblaze, which is a move that increases speed. It's a very slow animation move with a stat boosting animation. All that would be very, very slow. So we get around that by using Double Kick. It does always kill, even at like the minimum possible attacks. But it's kind of nice. In fact, at like very high attacks, you can almost proc Sturdy on the first kick, which would technically be slower than not. All right. So yeah, in our open world area, so Paldea looks kind of like a donut. You know, it's very circular with Area 0 as like a hole in the center. Paldea is a donut. Our hometown is on the southern edge of town, and the school is there too. And so far, we've worked our way up like the eastern side of Paldea, and the mountain is on the northern edge. So we've made like a semicircle loop, and we've kind of backtracked, you know, back into these cities which are in the eastern province. Yes, and now I'm kind of hungry for donuts now. Now we're going to work our way from the northern edge, and we're going to keep going counterclockwise to now the western side of Paldea. With another movement section heavy, a heavy movement intensive section. That's what I'm trying to say. Words are hard. That's one of the hardest fly menus in the game, because the little icons are kind of hovering on top of one another, so it's going to favor whichever one's on top. But yeah, we're back to Glacado Mountain. While we're over here and everything, we are going to continue to unlock our area cities. The city that you see below me is Montevera. Did a pretty high jump for no reason. But we can get the fly point just by jumping physically on the gym building. And then that's it. We're just gonna kind of go over this way and woo! And pick up some experience candies. Ooh, okay. I'm just actually gonna take that a little carefully. Oh, I'm actually surprised I dodged all those Pokemon. That was quite difficult. This next candy I'm going for is actually 3 large experience candies. So this one item is worth 30,000 experience right there. That's probably the most out of the way candy we pick up, but it's also the most worth it. So when it comes to the cities, we can always get the fly points by being in any part of the city. I think there's one exception, and I'm not sure what that exception is. I don't remember off the top of my head anyways. I'm going to try to demonstrate a slide. So you see how my Miraidon did this little slide thing because I was on a slope that was a little too difficult to handle? That's actually preferred way to fall, even if it's backwards. Ooh, I was really trying to avoid those encounters. Woo. That's the preferred way to fall, is to get a little bit of a slide and then you're able to keep moving. Because again, if you drop from a very tall distance, you will get this kind of brace yourself landing, which I don't even try to get the slide here. So instead of getting a weird slide, we just get this bam, sticks all 4 feet in the ground and you land. It takes about a second and a half or so for Miraidon or Koraidon again in Scarlet's version to recover from that. So you'll try to get these slides at every opportunity that you think is like worth it. Or you might do something like this where you just kind of like half slide down and keep going. Because if I were to do a very tall jump, I would get this harsh landing on that. So far, so good. After the Deerling and the Sawsbuck encounter, I do think I've been playing well. Fighting a little bit of the lag to try to optimize it, as you see me kind of in this low view right now. The game undergoes, I believe, what the programmers called memory leak. Like, the game just doesn't, like, compartmentalize the memory very well. So, over time, the game will get laggier and laggier. So, and you might have experienced this even playing casually. Like, if you've just done an 8 or a 12 or a 16, like, you got it day one, you want to just play it for hours and hours and hours. The game would just overall get laggier and laggier and laggier because of the memory leak. So even if you're playing casually, it probably just does you good to save and quit and reset and reload the game, you know, every couple hours or so. Keeps the memory nice and fresh and as optimized as possible. And it is something that in any percent we would do once in the run. And it would be before the laggiest section of the game, which is the star bases. In these runs, in the single story categories as well as treasure hunt, since we have the save file that starts after the school, that dedicated save file, we've gone through 50 minutes of gameplay, and we don't want to lose that save file. So when you're done with either a Path of Legends run or a Victory Road run or a treasure hunt run like I'm doing here, we're actually just not going to save and we're going to close the game, and the next time we open it, we're actually back at the school right at the beginning, and we don't have to play that intro tutorial again. So it actually makes it much more digestible to do these categories over and over without having to do what is honestly a very slow and tedious and dragging introduction. Since I'm doing the gym leaders here, I should introduce my other companion. This is our rival Nemona. Not to be confused with pneumonia, which would make you very, very sick. No, Nemona, very enthusiastic and passionate rival about battling and taking on the gyms. And she is the one that gave us the what's called the Victory Road quest, which is the very typical Pokemon game. The 8 gym badges, the Elite Four, and the Pokemon League. Nemona, as our rival, will challenge us 4 times in the run, in this run in particular. And since she is considered a friendly rival, we do not have to win in order to advance the game. Since I am very bad attack, I do have to use all of my experience candies and rare candies. My attack is very, very low. This is, I think, one of the last battles we do before changing our nature. So now we are in, what city is this called? Medalia. Medalia. Where we're gonna... Our gym test is... I'm just gonna make sure I don't miss menu. So our gym test is... There are 3 other challengers, and we each have a clue as to what the secret menu item is. And as we fight them, they reveal their clue to us. Well, it's the same each time, so we just kind of know. We just happen to know what the secret menu item was all along. So we go right to the eatery. And not only do we order the secret menu item, we want to face the gym leader here. It was very funny. By the way, there was a bunch of people eating there, and now it's a gym court. And we meet the best gym leader of the run. The best character of the game. This is Larry. And Larry's just like me for real. He's just this overworked, hardworking guy, you know, loves to eat. Like he's a food connoisseur, is like his hobby. He's got a couple gray hairs, and again, can relate. So since I used a bunch more rare candies, check out what level I'm at now. I'm at level 72. You thought 49 before the first gym leader was insane? We're now 72 before the 3rd gym leader. Our Flamigo is now at a level that will be unmatched by our opponents for the rest of the game. I don't believe we see anything above, I think, high 60s. Like, it is crazy how over-leveled we are right now. But yeah, this was actually a situation where, you know, it looks very simple. One-shot all the Pokemon. This was actually a situation where, because of how low my attack was, and I mean very low, we have to unoptimally use our batch of rare candies now. We usually go into this battle at level 59. Like, we use the experience candies, but we usually don't need to use the rare candies. Unfortunately, since my attack is so low, the Staraptor, which is on the screen, if I were to attack with at level 59 and not 72, this would be a 13 in 16 range. Or 81% to kill, 19 to not. So in order to make sure that we always kill, we actually just use the extra batch of rare candy, so we don't even take that 81% risk. We want to guarantee that we're 100%. It's like an extra couple inputs in a future menu. But that was a consideration. And it's also worth noting that my ability, not nature, but ability in Pokemon, I have... Flamigo can come with 2 abilities, and I do have the better one, which is known as Scrappy. Scrappy has 2 effects, but the one that we are concerned about is the one that it prevents Intimidate. And Intimidate would lower our attack stage, which means we would, in normal circumstances, if we would go from 0 to a -1, our attack would be reduced by a third. Which means we would only do 67% damage versus 100%. Scrappy prevents that stat stage drop, and that's why Scrappy is the better of the 2 abilities. Scrappy would also allow us to hit ghost types with normal and fighting type moves. Funny enough. But that doesn't come up in the run. The other ability that Flamigo can have is called Tangled Feet. For our purposes, it's kind of an ability that does nothing, but its a true effect is that if we are ever confused, our evasion stage increases. I believe the evasion would go up by 33%. There's only one fight, and I could be corrected here, but there's only one fight that I can think of where you can even be confused, and it's on Dondozo. It has a move called Water Pulse. So if we get confused, we technically could avoid being hit, but it is usually something that does not come up in the run. Do a couple more backwards long jumps. That one's probably the easiest in the run. Again, get another rare candy. This one's kind of the most awkward, for at least for me. I did it really well, too. That's probably the best I've done that. Wow, my game... Okay, so, for real, my game is so laggy right now that I actually hit the LZ button and it didn't work. The game just didn't register me using the button. Whew. Also, hello, Thad. How are you today? That was the gym leader, by the way. That was Kofu. He just kind of ran off. So our gym task for our 4th gym leader is going to be giving him his wallet. He forgot his wallet. How many times have you gone to the grocery store and you get to the checkout line, or for me, I just use auto checkout, and then you reach back and you're like, wallet's in the car. Whoops. Yeah, that's what the gym leader just did. We're gonna steal his wallet, actually. We're not gonna chase him down right away. We'll come back to him later. Instead, we're actually gonna finish the Titans quest. We're gonna finish the other 3 Titans, and then give him his wallet. I promise I'm not going to steal it. Promise, okay? Instead, we're actually just gonna hop out of town. Or at least I thought we were gonna go out of town. Weird little angles here. This movement section is actually fairly new. We used to grab a rare candy and head to another city to get a fly point. Here we're gonna pick up the Pokemon League's warp point. You want to be careful. There's a lot of very small Pokemon in this area. They're not high level. They're just small. They're small. Like that Igglybuff. And honestly, I think this is like the coolest movement section in the run. And if you do it right, feels really good. We're just going to balance on this ledge. And then we're going to hop the river by jumping off. There we go. The little top of that mountain ledge is actually pretty thin. I slipped off it once, and on really good pace, too. And I was like, no! No! The humanity! It's quite alright. I am actually most excited to pick up the item that I'm about to get. The item that we are going to see right here. This is the Adamant Mint. This is going to single-handedly increase our attack stat by 20%. Normally 10%, but since we're minus attack, we go from minus attack to plus attack, which is a 20% improvement overall. As we go to Cortondo, this is another gym city, famous for a certain animated emote that I have. So we are going to do another gym challenge before fighting the gym leader. It's kind of weird how, like, because the gym challenges take place in the overworld, we can activate gym challenges and then just ignore them. Or do them and then not fight the gym leader. We just kind of do that every once in a while. We're just kind of here. We wanted the warp point. Because what happened was after getting to Medalia is we went back to the academy, and now in our donut, we're on the south side of town. Now we are currently back up the western side. So this time we're going clockwise, kind of finishing up our world tour. And in a moment, we'll have unlocked basically all the warp points that we need. But we're about to do something called the olive roll. The olive roll is actually what my ratio emote is. Everyone kind of has a funky movement moment in their Pokemon speedrunning career. This one's mine. The olive roll is a time. I think I'll just let the challenge speak for itself here. You could do that. You could do this pretty good. My best is 22 seconds. You can do it pretty bad too. I don't think I've ever cared to time my worst attempts. That is the olive. All right, wish me luck. Okay. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, this is actually going really well right now. Ooh, careful. Okay. Started going a little less well. I'm gonna once again try to dismount here. Weirdly enough, the beginning went very well. The second part didn't go well when it started going backwards. That's the olive roll. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, that was a time. Yeah, whoever gets to do this at GDQ, when I did it really well, I like hit the end and I was like, goal! Messi weaves! He's in! Goal! It does kind of feels that good to do well. We're gonna use that candy we picked up and that Adamant Mint, or just Adamant for short. The candy, not super important. If we didn't use our candies earlier, that would be where we use them, so it's just kind of consistent. The Adamant Mint, very important, though. Come on. Come on and jump. As you see us kind of continue. Ooh, okay. There was a good example of the LZ button also being the lock-on button. Luckily, I had enough of a margin that I was able to unlock without getting swerved into it. Again, that was one of those, I was holding the turbo button and it didn't take. So that's okay. Okay. Time now for the third Titan of the run. And I actually saw a small version of it just over my head. This is called Bombardier. And I think Bombardier is throwing a fit right now, as you see it up there. It's just dropping these giant Cocoa Puffs at us. So we got to go a little against the grain and dodge the Cocoa Puffs. Ooh, that one's... It's not too bad. Also, if you get crushed, you just get knocked back. Okay, things start getting even more simple from the battle standpoint. Matt, we're mash A for a while. Yeah, this is Titan 3. This one gives us the ability to swim. Yes, I had to like think about it. This one will give us the ability to swim. The next one gives us the ability to glide. And the final one will give us the ability to rock climb. So then we'll be able to climb very steep slopes without having to use the BLJ anymore. Funny enough, it is the last Titan that will give us kind of some of the biggest fits of the whole run. We'll explain more when we get there. But we're at the stage where we are going to complete the rest of the Titans. We won't quite finish the storyline. We'll wait until each of the 3 storylines that we're doing in Treasure Hunt. Arven's storyline and Nemona's storyline and a mystery third companion who we haven't met yet. When we finish their storylines, we do have to battle them for a final time. And at the end of the last companion battle will be the finale of this category, Treasure Hunt. It's called Treasure Hunt because when we are in the school gives us a, what is it called? Not extracurricular, an independent study. They give us an independent study assignment. And they say your independent study is a treasure hunt. You don't have to, like, find treasure. You just need to find what's treasure to you. You know, what's important to you. For Arvin, it's fixing his sick dog. For Nemona, it's becoming the best trainer and being champion. For us, it's doing everything. We want to do everything. So that's where the category name came from. Yeah, these cutscenes are perfect downtime for donations. The movement section runs can be hectic for the player. They might not be as interesting for, say, the like the viewers or the commentators, but I think the movement sections are, again, just great runners do them great. And I've always felt like I'm just getting on borderline up to that level. I find that this next movement section is actually one of the trickiest. It's not one of the most dangerous, but it's the most trickiest to optimize. We're gonna get, so since we're way up on the cliff to fight Bombardier, now we have to go all the way down the cliff to the desert. But it's not as simple as just YOLO jumping and hard landing on the ground and then we're on our way. There's actually all these like ledges, you know, like switchbacks, if you were going up the mountain. Going down the mountain though, if we just kind of keep going straight, we're gonna get those hard landings a lot where Marina's gonna bounce onto the ground and we have to wait like a second and a half to recover. So being able to optimize getting that the least number of times will save the most time. We start with a slide. Got a manual slide. I'm gonna do that again here. Ooh, nice thunderstorm in my game. Weather! Weather is random, by the way. Oh, great slide. This is probably the best I've done it in a while. Try to get this last little slide, and that's I usually have trouble getting that one. That actually went really well. There's this nice little trick where if you dismount and then go fall off the ledge, you can kind of remount, and it kind of halves the... It kind of halves like your fall distance, so you don't get that harsh landing. By the way, this is the first difference that we see between Scarlet and Violet. The fourth Titan. This is an Area 0 preview, or a Paradox Pokemon as they're called. In Violet, as you see here, I'm facing a Pokemon known as Iron Treads. And in Scarlet, you'll face Great Tusk. They both look like Donphan, but mine looks like a future Donphan, and Great Tusk looks like a prehistoric Donphan. Iron Treads is more optimal to face than Great Tusk in Violet and Scarlet. There is actually two reasons for this. One, with Iron Treads being a steel type, it is weak to fighting. So low kick will kill it every single time. So we will always one-shot. In Scarlet, Great Tusk is a fighting type, and I think they can only hit it neutrally? That doesn't sound right. No, they can hit it with a flying type move, but that's just more difficult to one-shot. So on average, you do save a turn on Violet by always one-shotting, specifically this phase, the second phase of Iron Treads. But secondly, you saw it rolling around. It actually rolls closer to where you can meet it at a closer opportunity in Violet than you also can in Scarlet. Scarlet, you have to travel farther into the desert and then farther back into this spot. So overall, it does save time in Violet versus Scarlet. And weirdly enough, as far as any percent is concerned, the only other differences that we see in Scarlet and Violet all occur in Area 0, other than this spot right here. And once again, the fights in Area 0 are more optimal and easier to one-shot in Violet than they are in Scarlet. And there's a cutscene trigger load line that's in a different spot in Violet than Scarlet, and it's more optimal once again in Violet. So overall, Violet should be the more optimal game to play. However, we do go back to lag. And why that matters is that we have anecdotally... Oh, that's not a word. I'm just going to redo that sentence. We've kind of, as a community, have not so much investigated, but have seen some evidence that Scarlet lags less by about 2 minutes versus Violet. And the gameplay optimizations or the speedrun optimizations that Violet would have over Scarlet do not equate to 2 minutes. So Scarlet ends up being, at the moment, the more optimal game to play, simply because it lags less. The reason we know this is that there is an in-game timer, and most every runner that I know, after you beat the any percent portion of the game, you're just kind of curious, right? So everybody's pretty much loaded up their profile. We'll see how much in-game time they have, and then compare it to what their timer says, their real-time attack. And for Scarlet, that difference is approximately 8 to 9 minutes, but in Violet, that difference is closer to 10 to 11 minutes. So that's the evidence that we have that Scarlet lags less. So all things equal, you would finish 2 minutes ahead in real time, even if the in-game time was exactly the same. And a lot of you could see this at home too. As long as you haven't done any really big, like, oh, I closed out the game without saving, you'll be able to notice this too, because the Switch does keep track of how many hours you've played a game. So it'd be kind of interesting if people did compare how much they've played the game, even casually. How much have you played this game casually? Check your in-game time, and then check your Switch time, and see if there's a big difference. I had somebody in my chat the other day say that they had 167 hours in-game time, but their Switch had said they played over 200 hours. Now, if you're like shiny hunting and you're like resetting your game to get your resources back, that might not be accurate because your Switch is just going to continue to count those hours. But if you've never done that, you might have a pretty significant difference between your in-game time and what your Switch says this is how long you've played. I did not split. That's okay. Another little detour. Remember that guy's wallet that we stole? I mean, remember that guy's wallet that we are delivering to him? He ran off to this town. This is, what's it called again? Porto Marianda. Porto Marianda has a kind of interesting quirk. It's a section of the game where you can buy auctioned off items. And there's like everything here. Just kind of like rarities, but you might have to spend more than you want to, and also people are competing. Not like other real people, like NPCs are competing. So he's like a chef, and he was really sad that he couldn't buy one of the auctioned off items from the Hoenn region, because he was like, I don't have any money. And he's like, I'll tell you what, here's your gym test. Win me that. And he's like, whatever it takes. He does give us $50,000, so we didn't even need to steal any of his money. He pulled it out of his wallet. He's here. Whatever it takes to win that in this auction. And it is the same here. We're going to bid $35K, and that will outspend these guys. What a big spender. What's great is that he gave us $50,000, and we spent $35K, and he's just like, keep the rest. And it's like, oh, well, that's nice. And yes, we will be using that money. That is not an insignificant amount of change. Again, little detour. But now to our last Titan. and probably one of the most interesting fights of the game. This is a fight that we do not one-shot. Any phase, we do not one-shot here. So again, I'm going to go for this little slide so I don't get a harsh landing, and we just kind of move on right away. Don't need that item. I will pick up this one. It's an Ultra Ball. And I will get this last TM. Which, funny enough, is a TM we've gotten already, which is the Acrobatics TM. We're gonna look up literally at the sky, and I'm using the mini map to kind of see where I'm going. Again, all to reduce lag. Glide, you can't glide forever. See how we're kind of falling now? And we want to talk to this Tatsugiri. He's kind of a big lad. Look at how big he is. Look at how big that guy is. Of course, the meme team, as they're sometimes called, Tatsugiri and Dondozo. We fight them individually. Dondozo is first. And again, we didn't one-shot. This is a two-shot. There's that water pulse that can confuse us. Only 20% confused. Good two-shot, good two-shot. The worst is getting body slam, which is 30% to paralyze, or like I say, 90% to paralyze. We're gonna go meet him over here. So, both of these guys, they're kind of trouble for us. We can't one-shot them. Like, not even close. They're going to be 2 or 3 shots. Both phases here. And they're both kind of problematic. Dondozo, as I just mentioned, has Body Slam, which can paralyze us, and Water Pulse, which can confuse us. Tatsugiri has Icy Wind, which drops our speed, and Muddy Water, which drops our accuracy, or at least has a chance to. It just becomes this huge deal. It's just like, oh, please don't status me. Order Up is the best. It is technically his strongest move, but there's no secondary effect. We would much prefer to not be dealing with the secondary effect here. And by the way, our partner Arvin has been with us this whole time. Oh, very close, very close. Actually, kind of weak rolls from the two of us, because we did more than half the first time, and then did less than half the second time. So that ended up being a 3-shot. So again, I lost kind of like a third of a turn. Yeah, we did it. But now Tatsugiri, who I call the true Dragon Titan, and he is a Dragon type, by the way. Is also like a 2 or 3 shots. That is a crit. That is a wonderful crit. That will guarantee the 2-shot for sure. If we didn't get the crit, that's actually kind of annoying. Him using taunt. It prevents status moves. Kind of actually like when Gradient uses Tail Whip, because it makes our damage do a lot more. Prevented that, but we got the crit to circumvent it anyways. That was a very clean Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination. And there we go. Those are the 5 Titan Pokemon. And for those that do the Path of Legends speedrun, which is also a category that I'm submitting, and probably a lot of people in the PSR community are submitting, Path of Legends just does those 5 fights. They don't do any of the gym leaders. They don't do any of the star bases, which you haven't gotten to yet. Just those 5 fights, and then the final Arvin battle at the end. You don't go to level 73 for those fights. Path of Legends, while it originally did use Flamigo, which is a very consistent, very powerful Pokemon, Path of Legends now uses Meowscarada as the main Pokemon because it can handle Cloth as a grass type, and can get at a high enough level to handle the other ones too.
Drop it.
Hey, Etiquette, thank you very much for the raid.
Wow, that magic powder is great.
Well, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, everybody. I'm T-Pat again. We are doing some treasure hunting in Pokemon Violet. We are a little under halfway done, but we did just finish the Titans so far. And I'm trying to do a very thorough explanation for a potential GDQ submission VOD. So if anybody has any burning questions about the run, would be more than happy to answer. Etiquette, of course, fantastic runner of all Pokemon games, let's be honest. He and I do a lot of encouraging each other, especially for the 5 Switch games and whatnot. So big shout outs to Etiquette. Big fan, big fan. Etiquette has a question. He says, why does Among Us have effect spored? Did you get sleep effect spored? Because that one's the worst. Pair are gonna be pretty bad too. Oh, yeah, sleep is really bad in that category, isn't it? I actually have a decent question for you, Etiquette. In the Starfall Street category, what level does Flamigo end up at? I get level 70. Okay. Which obviously makes that a lot more dangerous than the category I'm doing. 68 for the first base and 70 at the end. And that's compared to, in this route, we get 82 for the first base and 83. I think it's 83 or 84 by the end of that fight. But yeah, I believe if you get effect spored para, then the Quava Quaxlol, I have no idea how to pronounce Quaxley's evolved form. Quaxley likes to go for Ice Spinner because it doesn't need to use Aqua Step to outspeed you if you are already paralyzed. That is the theory I've heard. And I have also, that did happen to me. I got effect spored parried, just tried to attack through, and it did Ice Spinner me instead of Aqua Step. So that's why I think it's okay to just hit through para, or you could just full heal, no problem. All right, so we're done with the Titans. So now we're kind of in the gym rush section. We're finally going to fight Kofu. And since we did just obtain the final ability for Miraidon, which is the Rock Climb, we're going to use it immediately because using elevators is for nerds. We just climb up that wall much faster than using the elevator. And since we're level 73, these gym fights are insanely trivial. Remember, I was level 73 and still had to 2 or 3 shot the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri, and now we're going back to these gym leaders, and they're just going to be the easiest one-shots of our life. So there's not really a whole lot going on kind of through these next little... There are little nuances. The one nuance for this gym battle actually is something we have no control over. Which, coming from me, I'm kind of laughing inside because the answer is the weather. We have no control over the weather. And unfortunately, my meteorological skills, not quite in as fine of form virtually as they are in the real world. The one weird thing that can happen for this is a sandstorm is actually quite common in the city, Casafrasa. Cascarafa. Got it. Listen, pronunciations are hard. Sandstorm is common because it's I guess at the edge of the desert, so they have the sandstorms that blow in. Overworld weather translates to the in-battle weather, and just sandstorm is just slow. It's not dangerous. It's just we have to take 2 extra ticks of sandstorm damage for no reason. But the sandstorm is not happening. I'm gonna need water between now and the end of the run. Now might be a good chance for me to grab some water. Again, it makes it pretty easy that we are holding the turbo button. Just gonna grab water. Be right back. Easy, stay hydrated. Kofu's the water gym leader. I guess I should say that. I like the music in this game. So that's our 4th gym leader, Kofu. Beyond. The only split that matters is the last one. That's what I always say. Now, in this section, we're pretty over-leveled, so you might be thinking... is there like an optimal order, or can you kind of just do these in like any order you want? There is kind of an optimal order, but it might not be for the reason you think of. And it has to do with her, Nemona. Our rival does have there are cutscenes before and after each gym. Or should I say after each gym number. Not specifically the gym city, but it's the gym number that matters. And we're about to approach our 5th gym. Nemona fought us before the 3rd gym, but she's actually going to challenge us after the 5th gym. And that's going to present, and that presents a bit of an issue. As I'm going to focus on this menu here. And the issue is that so Nemona will fight us before the 3rd gym, after the 5th, and before the 7th. If she challenges us before, we'll always have a chance to throw in our good old buddy Lechonk that we caught before the run started. And we will lose in 1 turn. Good job, Lechonk. Fighting her after Gym 5 is actually weird because we have to win the gym battle, but then we want to lose the fight. And the question is, how do we win the gym battle in as few number of turns and lose Nemona in equally as few number of turns? You don't want to be too high level, but you don't want to be too low at the same time. And this is the whole reason why we picked Fuecoco in the first place. Fuecoco, the fire starter Pokemon, has the type advantage against Katie, the bug type gym leader. Katie is technically the easiest gym leader. She's supposed to be the first one that we face. Semi-interchangeable between her and Brassius. Brassius being second. Okay, so, and we can fight the gym leaders in any order we want. Okay, that's great. We'll fight her 5th, so that way she gives us the easiest opportunity to win with the lowest possible level Pokemon. We kept Fuecoco in our party all the way through fighting Orthworm, and that got us to level 16, and we dropped 1 medium experience candy for an extra 3k experience to get us to level 20. 20 is perfect. We relearned the move Incinerate, and now we can beat all 3 of Katie's Pokemon in 1 turn. Barring there's no rain. Because rain would have our fire type damage, and it would actually take us an extra turn on our last Pokemon. Okay, that's great. So we're at level 20, and we can win the gym fight. So how's Nemona? Well, Nemona, being this is the 2nd time we see her in this category, the 4th time overall, her lead Pokemon is now Lycanroc. And she's got the type advantage on us, and will also use a 100% accurate priority move in Accelerock. Should always kill in 1 turn. Perfect situation. Because the weird thing is that after we win this gym battle, we go straight into the Nemona fight. We have no opportunity to menu in between. And that was the tricky part of routing this. If we went in with Flamigo, we would still intentionally lose to Nemona, but it might take several turns. So it actually kind of makes this gym interesting. Even though it's like, oh, it's the easiest one, and she has a level 15, and we have a level 73. How interesting can it be? Well, it's our rival who makes it interesting. The tricky part is remembering to go back to Flamigo before the next fight. So yeah, our good buddy Fuecoco, or Crocolore at this point, does get his moment in the... Well, actually, I have a she. I do have a female. 1 in 8 chance for a female starter. Hey there, Oryx. I'm just moving to a different apartment in the same complex, just a bigger one. I'm excited, but I'll be taking a week off to, you know, move. Funny enough, there is a yes/no prompt, like, hey, are you ready? And even if you say no, they're like, ha ha ha, don't be shy, let's go anyways. Which is actually kind of weird for a Pokemon game, because there are very few instances these days, when I say these days, I mean for the newer games, where you get ambushed into a fight. Like, this is a true ambushed into the fight. Like, when you think about getting ambushed, you think about Brendan and May on Route 110 in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. Like, that's a fight where you get ambushed. Thankfully, we are allowed to lose this one. I just looked at my my vitamin grid for something much, much later down the road. Yeah, so we always die in one move to Accelerock. I think I've heard there are situations where if you have like very high defense, it could be a two-shot, but it's never happened to me yet. Oh, that's the champion, by the way. That's Gita. Or as they say in this game, top champion, because there can be multiple champion level trainers. But she is top champion. We'll see how her fight goes on much later. It is here. That, I forgot to do that menu once. It's actually kind of sad. Small difference between any percent and treasure hunts, and there's not much. There's not much of a difference, but that movement in Violet, you would usually go a little out of your way to get an X special attack for literally the final fight of the game, but we won't make it that far in this category. I'll say this though, if we do say like there's an ooh. Say there's an incentive for to complete Area 0, I'll probably pick up the items that I am required to beat the full game. Effectively any percent, just for this purposes, I'm just doing the true treasure run route. I call this the big climb. It's actually easier to climb the mountain to the final city of the game than it is to go under the mountain, which is how most people would get to this final city area. It's a little high. Let's see right down. Perfect. There's a nice little ledge where we can, if you can, I kind of equate that to, there's a little spot in Legends Arceus where there's like a little groove where you can run, looks like you like run halfway up the mountain. There's that little spot right at the end that looks about the same. Oh, wait, Flamigo was there. Wait, I got a glitch. I thought they patched out. Wait a second. My boy Flamigo was waiting for me. Oh, weird bonk. Wait, did you guys see that? I thought they patched that glitch out. Wait a second. You know what? Now is a perfect time to talk about glitches. Yeah, exactly, because this gym test is, we're doing ESP, Emotional Spectrum Practice. Yeah. This is, in fact, one of the gym tests of all time. It's not even Simon Says, because you don't have to like stack the colors. It's like match the colors. It is literally like match the color on the screen. Green. Okay. And green again. Perfect. I don't have to do anything else for the rest of the challenge. I can talk about glitches. So Flamigo appeared like in the gym, and you may have noticed in some of your playthroughs there may have been like a Pokeball or a quick ball or something that appeared in the middle of the gym or in the middle of like the Herba Mystica rooms. That was considered a glitch that apparently was actually patched out. As of this past, gosh, what was it? Monday? Yeah, that sounds right. As of this past Monday, there was a patch release from Game Freak that patched some glitches, and they said that was going to be one of the glitches. So to see Flamigo pop up in that spot, I thought was something they patched. It caught me off guard. It genuinely just caught me off guard. Apparently they failed to patch it out. Weird. Huh. Learn something new every day. But we should talk about glitches. This game does have glitches, and prior to this patch release, did have probably the most impactful glitch in a speedrun context since Gen 4. Or Game Freak had a glitch that impacted the speedrun. The BDSP is a whole different monster. BDSP was littered with glitches, which made for actually quite a good run. Listen, glitches don't make speedrun games bad, like at all. Like speedrunners are awesome about like really dissecting a game to a point where you can acknowledge the flaws, but also take advantage of them to even make the game faster. That's just basically glitches. This game has a glitch that's known as Super Glide. The main one that you might see. Oh, by the way, I don't have to do any more of the ESPs. I don't think. I think I counted to 5 correctly. Hopefully, I don't fail this. Super Glide is where when you glide, you know, he spreads his wings and he starts gliding. If you disconnect the glide, go to like an angle and then reconnect the glide, it adds your speed together or multiplies it. And you can keep doing that, especially if you have enough distance to continue to fall and reconnect. And it will get you to the point where you are zooming across the map at what seems like 1,000 miles per hour, right? It was known as Super Glide, but as of this last patch, Super Glide does not exist anymore. I have patched my game, so I won't be able to showcase it off in this at all. I believe there is a sub-category for the glitched and glitched runs on the leaderboards as well. But additionally, like is what is mostly the case with recent Game Freak games. Again, the BDSP feels like an exception to this. Game Freak has done a really good job about making kind of like this plot progression and flag system where you can't advance the plot until like you hit certain flags, especially in like tutorial land. And that's the case in this game too. You can get to other areas of the game outside of Mezagoza and the South Province before you are allowed to, but the game has those checks in place where it is just very difficult, or like the game will crash if you try. So for a while, again, it looked like there was going to be no glitches in a Game Freak Pokemon game. Oh, Flamigo's still there. Hey. But that's why Super Glide was kind of interesting. Again, most impactful glitch in a Game Freak Pokemon game since Gen 4. Gen 4 has the what they call tweaking, which is where you bike so fast over the load lines that you can pretty much like warp out of bounds or like create and warp out of bounds. I think you can beat the game in like an hour in Diamond and Pearl. And there is a glitch in Gen 5. There's just a rock in a gym that doesn't have a hitbox that allows you to skip a trainer. And it's not like a hard trick, it just has no hitbox. But for Gens 6, 7, and 8, there were no glitches, or at least no useful glitches for the speedrunning context. Okay, so we are now at Gym 6. This is Tulip. Tulip's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders. I believe she's supposed to be like the 7th most difficult gym. And I wanted to take this moment, because, again, it's going to look like I'm just going to click acrobatics 4 times. I'm almost 2 hours in the game. I haven't mentioned that animations are not turned off. And that's because they can't. Like Legends Arceus, there's no option to turn the animations off. So, speedrunners said, well, we better be using moves that have short animations. Wing attack and low kick, short. Moves like, say, Meowscarada's flower trick, very long. And anything that has a stat boosting or lowering animation attached to it, even longer, like close combat. This is a battle where I could have picked low kick on Faragarath and wing attack on the next Pokemon, which would be shorter animation moves. But the battle menu activates so quickly, especially with Turbo, that depending on your own skill, to have to switch moves 3 times in this battle might actually be slower than just switching move once and then turboing acrobatics the rest of the time. So the jury is still a little bit out, but there is some routing that has been done around, is it more optimal to use wing attack or acrobatics? Do I have to use acrobatics here, or can I use a different move? Flamigo gets a huge boost in this regard because most every one of its moves are pretty short animation moves. The only one that we would consider a long animation move is Close Combat, which we'll teach much later in the game, but only because, like, we need to. Like, we're gonna need an insanely high-powered move, and we'll only resort to that if we, like, absolutely have to. Otherwise, we're gonna try to use Wing Attack, which we've left in slot 1 in our battle menu, because it's the fastest animation move, and we want to click it as fast as possible. One more for our gym rush. And since this is Gym 7, our rival will kind of ambush us, but we know it's coming. Yeah, it might feel like, oh, we could do these gyms, and now does doing Tulip or doing this gym matter either way? The answer here is no, but we actually want to fight Nemona here because the Glisado gym actually isn't in a city, and the load times between the gym itself and then the battle that occurs, whether it's the rival battle or the gym battle, varies depending on what city you're in. Lavencia, I believe, has the longest load, and the Glisado gym has definitely the shortest. So we want to take advantage of that by fighting Nemona here. Because the load time to load the battle is just going to be the shortest possible. By the way, there's like, you don't have to hit all the gates. It would technically add 5 seconds, but it's just be slow. There is a route, I believe Etiquette's doing a route where instead of fighting Nemona in Medalia, which is where we would fight Larry, he actually opts to fight Nemona here for the 3rd, like before the 3rd gym, and here for the 7th, just to get the short load time twice. It's actually kind of funny that like you can force that fight here every single time if you wanted to. Well, technically twice, because you'd have to fight her after Gym 5. Which would then clear this gym as being completed. The tricky part here is actually switching back to Flamigo before the actual gym leader. So our 7th gym leader is actually the most difficult. Well, difficult in terms of level. This is Grusha, the Ice-type gym leader. And that's Grusha. Right? No, that's just a Clotottle. Very good Gen 9 Pokemon. I love Clotottle so much. There's Grusha. Love how the game is just like, here's your gym leader, and it's like, he's a Pokemon? And it's like, no, that's just Clotottle. That's Grusha. It's kind of like when you meet Bill. You're just like, Bill? And he's like, I'm a Pokemon, psych. Game tries to give you the psych. He does a little Naruto run too. So again, kind of like Iono, I do have a range here. It's a 13 and 16 range. In this case, I am going to just use double kick to not have to worry about the range because of how low my attack is. Every single gym leader in this category, definitely simple. If you do just Victory Road, or if you do any of the single story categories, the idea is you don't you don't travel through as much of like the around the world section. Like you don't get all the way up to level 82, which is what we are going to do. You want to be like as low of level as possible, pick up as few candies as possible, but still be able to beat the game. So the gyms are a little bit more difficult. I haven't seen a Victory Road run in a while. But for us, again, we're level 49 for the first gym. We're level 73 we're level 72 in this case by the third gym. And we're still just level 73 for the 7th gym. And we'll be even higher for the last one, which we're going to wait a little bit. But even the last gym, there's like no problem. What's wild though? Okay, so we've gotten all the Titans. We've beat all 5 Titans, and we've gotten 7 out of our 8 gym badges from the league. We are now going to be venturing into the third storyline, which we haven't touched yet. The third storyline is called Starfall Street. Team Star, which is the evil team. They're really just like the ruffians, the non-conformers of the school. They created their own gang, and they have 5 bases around the region. And we're going to raid their bases. We're going to come in there and beat up all their Pokemon and fight the bosses. That's the section that we're going to do now, the Star bases. The trick with the Star bases, I always call them the Starfall bases. It's called Starfall Street is the name of the storyline. The trick with the Star bases is that it requires you to have 3 Pokemon in your party. And if you ignore the weird Deerling that I caught, I do technically have 3 Pokemon. I have Lechonk, Crocalor, and Flamigo. But Lechonk's going to do nothing in those bases because it's level 3. And Crocalor is going to struggle as well. So Flamigo's not really as equipped to be able to 1 on 30. It is literally 1 on 30 the bases. So we want to pick up a new Pokemon here. Yes, I got a Backstrike. Let's get another flying fighting type, how about? Perfect. Hawlucha's really difficult to get a Backstrike on, but it is guaranteed if I do in this quick ball. If not, it's 73%. This Hawlucha, what was it? It's between 48 and 52. So it's about level 50. Let me look at my replay here. It was a level 51 Hawlucha. Fantastic. And to boot, I'm actually going to go around this way a little bit. I just remember... Ooh, Teddy Ursa almost in the way. I probably could have climbed on that other ledge. I'm just more comfortable here. Hawlucha's going to be fantastic. And we wanted another flying type Pokemon specifically. The backup is Scyther, but Scyther has a much lower catch rate, even though it is a bit more powerful. So Hawlucha ends up being preferred because of the catch rate. I opt to Hardland there because it's right by that candy. There is 1 more candy to pick up. So now we have 2 flying Pokemon, flying type Pokemon specifically. And that is because the first of the star bases that we're going to take on is the fighting type base. So even though Hawlucha might be a little under leveled, it is going to perform admirably well in the fighting type base because it will have the type advantage. And in the other bases, it's going to have enough levels because the levels of the other bases are lower that Hawlucha is going to be fantastic. It's Crocalor that I wouldn't say is a liability, but perhaps a weakness for like 3, maybe just 2.5 bases. But this is why we've held off on this point because we didn't want extra Pokemon in our party. Because like how there's no option to turn off battle animations, there's no option to turn our battle mode from switch to set. So if we had multiple Pokemon in our party, the game would ask us, hey, we're about to switch Pokemon, are you? And we would have to say no, and that'd be like 4 seconds every single time. So we've been intentionally avoiding putting any extra Pokemon in our party. We've been only carrying Flamigo to not get that response. But it's unavoidable here because we are required to have 3 Pokemon in our party for the bases. Hey there, Keith. How are you? I am moving. I'm just moving to not even a different apartment. I'm moving to a new unit in the same apartment. Whoop. It's so funny that we fight Aerie and the fighting base first. Because we find Aerie out front, and they're like, wait, isn't the Grunt supposed to be out front? And Aerie's like, no, I wouldn't risk the safety of my friends by letting them guard. I'm the strongest, I'll guard it. And she takes some convincing. Aerie's amazing. Like, one of the best characters in the game. But yeah, the bases have a very interesting mechanic. The fights out front are not that interesting. The bases have an interesting mechanic. It gets a little stale because it is the same mechanic 5 times. But inside the base, we have to use the auto battling feature, which is called Let's Go. Not to be confused with Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. Let's Go is the auto battle feature, and it can also be used for your Pokemon to pick up overworld items and whatnot. Inside the base, they tell us, hey, you need to beat 30 of our Pokemon using the Let's Go feature, but we'll allow you to use 3 Pokemon at the same time. And it's like, oh, okay. The cool thing about the Let's Go feature is that we can do a trick called Stop and Goes. Because the Let's Go feature, if you just use it casually, your character will be like, go! And we're going to try to skip that animation. It'll almost look like we're not even doing anything. But first, a big time menu. Oh, I didn't see what my attack was. But you see, so we are actually finished using experience candies and rare candies. Flamigo just hit an astounding level 82. We are level 82, starting our first star base. But yeah, look for me to do the thing that is called Stop and Go. So you won't see this, like, go animation, or at least I'm going to try not to get it. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, you're up, bud. I'm doing it pretty well right now. So what I'm trying to do is that when my character starts slowing down, The animation of him kind of slowing, or her slowing down, overwrites what would be this, like, let's go, that. The go. You can see that, get him. This base is kind of one of the more difficult ones because you're kind of fighting everything one at a time. And Procalor kind of does nothing, so you're a little short-handed. That wasn't too bad. I did my stop and goes pretty well, so I'm pretty happy about that. I don't think I had an optimal, like, grouping. Like, usually when the grunts are throwing Pokemon at you, they're throwing like them in clusters of 3, but there was a lot of like 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. And now here's one of the 5 bosses of Team Star. This is Aerie, the fighting type boss. And the most difficult of the bosses, and we're gonna fight her first. But again, we're a flying type, and she's got fighting type Pokemon, so we're good from here. So what makes these battles unique is that, well, they're standing on these giant pokey cars. They're actually tricked out Revobrooms with heightened stats and special abilities, and their type matches the type of their base. And they have lots of speakers, and the theme is a banger and everything. While this is the most difficult base, everything will be a one-shot with an exception. The giant Revavroom, known as the Starmobile, when it itself comes into play, that will be a range. At best, it's a 12 and 16, with my attack being low. I think it's closer to like 2 and 16. We will always have a chance to KO it in one turn. Your results may vary. I had a great streak going where I even had an attack even lower than this, and I still hit it. And I was like, for a while, I was like, never missed the range. But ever since I missed the range, I haven't hit it since. I wonder if that's okay, shift gear, because I don't think I get, yeah. Oh, man. So, if you get hit, you get this flavor text, so this ended up being pretty slow. Aerie glitched out this time. She disappeared from atop the Revavroom, the Starmobile. And after each one, we'll get another cutscene. So the Team Star storyline, the companion who gave it to us, well, we're not really sure if they're our companion yet. We got a mysterious phone call from somebody named Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia said it's time to take down Team Star, and we said okay. I want to say this about Cassiopeia. The astronomy nerds in the crowd, like myself, big astronomy nerd. Cassiopeia is the name of a constellation. It is the W in the sky. It has like 5 stars, and it traces out a W. Very easy constellation to see in the northern sky on most nights in the northern hemisphere. I always knew, like, okay, Team Star and Cassiopeia is a constellation. What really blew me away is that the 5-star bases have kind of weird names. This base was called the Caph base, C-A-P-H. The next one's going to be the Navi base. The others are the Shredder, S-C-H-E-D-A-R, kind of like cheddar, but like Shredder. The Sagan, and there should be one more. It is the Rubak. The names of the 5 bases are the names of the 5 stars that make up the constellation Cassiopeia. And this is our first look at our true companion. Her name is Penny. We meet Penny really early in the game, before this run starts in particular. And Penny was getting bullied by Team Star very early in the game. Like, a couple grunts are like, come on, like, we're gonna recruit you, come be in our gang. And Penny's like, no. And then, like, we protect her. And I guess it's cool. And I guess she's working with Cassiopeia as, like, our supply unit. So we finally get a look at who is really our third companion, Penny. So this is her quest line. She and apparently this really cool kid named Clive also wants to help us take down the star bases. I wonder what his motive is. He's very cool. I like it. I like his jacket. Thank you for the good luck, Chris. I appreciate it. The grunts make me laugh. I actually really do like their ties. As somebody who wears ties on a day-to-day basis for my job, the little star logo in their tie, super cool. Like, I would like a Team Star tie. They're so funny. It's just like, ah. The poison base. This poison base is notorious for really being one of the laggiest areas of the game. The area itself is laggy, but the bases have their own, like, special amount of lag involved. Like, I really hate to, like, just nag and complain about, oh, this game is laggy, but it is so important to understand, you know, what sections of the game might offer very laggy sections that we need to focus on reducing that as much as possible. And this is one of those sections. Really, you just keep your fingers crossed that you don't get rain, because the more particle effects you have in your game, the more likely it is, or it really is, going to lag even further. It can be quite a nuisance. Thankfully, no rain, so that's good. So this base, Crocolore, can be a little bit of help for us. Maybe like a half, depending on what Pokemon we send it out against. But the key here is that there's kind of this middle area where there's mostly dirt, and then there's grass on the outside. It'll be vitally important that we end our raid, end that 30th Pokemon defeat while we are standing in the middle. Okay, getting funguses are good. If they're gonna be like that, I'm just gonna go out here to the side. Good, good. Okay, come on, Crocolore, you got the type advantage. Here. 6 to go. And see, we're kind of making our way back to the middle ground area. We want to finish in the middle. Crocolord actually did great there. Didn't technically get defeated until after the 30 was achieved. So when that happens, this load, that into this load takes 3 seconds. But if we're outside this middle area, if we're like in the grass, that load takes 15 seconds longer. Just 15 seconds longer to load because we were in a different section of the base. It is really weird. We don't understand why that's the case. But there's an infamous clip of Etiquette just like sitting in this black screen. It was just like, why isn't the game loading? Did it crash? Am I soft locked? And then it came up after almost like 20 seconds of loading. It was the weirdest thing. So we did some testing. Etiquette and Saiyan Sync, who is the world record holder in this game, did some testing, and they found out that if you're just kind of not in the middle, that game takes that obnoxiously long load. So at least we understand, like, hey, just kind of stay tight to the center. But the bases are getting easier from here, so now everything goes back to being a one-shot, unlike the last Starmobile. It's actually kind of funny that there is a regular Rev-a-Vroom, and then there's the Starmobile Rev-a-Vroom. Also, check it out. I don't get prompted, do you want to switch Pokemon? So that's what's called switch mode, is every time the trainer switches their Pokemon, you are prompted to switch. For some reason, sending out the Starmobiles doesn't prompt that switch. It is the only time you are allowed to be in set mode with multiple Pokemon in the party. Who knows? Again, who knows why that is? All right. Looks like I'm doing good against my star bases. I do have splits here. I have chosen to not compare against anything today, but you might be able to see the gold splits still activate. I've got a couple runs in this category. Again, effectively any percent with just the intro and the ending taken out. So instead of a 5.5 hour run, it ends up being a bit under 4 hours. You can see it's quite clear that we started the game by rushing most of the Titans with a few detours. Then the middle part, we were rushing the gyms with a couple detours. And now we're rushing most of the star bases. And really, we do want to lump in all the star bases because of that 3 Pokemon requirement. We don't want to be depositing 2 Pokemon to avoid the switch mode text and then withdrawing them just to go back in the bases and so on and so forth. We want to just be like, all right, we got a 3 Pokemon and that's what I'm sticking to. And yes, there's the grunt battle outside that we could deposit for, but it would be much longer to have to deposit Pokemon and then withdraw Pokemon just to avoid 4 seconds of do you want to switch Pokemon, which doesn't even come into play for the next 2 bases anyways. So we do lump these all together. And you'll see that our final gym battle, Gym 8, will also be part of that lump because that last gym we're gonna fight is the doubles gym. So we need multiple Pokemon in our party anyways for the 8th gym leader. And that is why Rhyme in Montevera will be our last gym battle, because we pair that up with our Starfall bases while we have multiple Pokemon in our party. I can tell that once lots of Pokemon started spawning behind the menu, made the menu itself take a little bit longer than what I was used to. Alright, to the fire base. By the way, that last base was poison if I didn't say that out loud. It looked like we were pretty far away and up on that cliff, but we can hit the cutscene trigger from up there, and then it teleports us back down here. Well, I got a bit of downtime. I'm going to just check my Hawlucha's attack stat. Let's see what we were working with here. Attack 100. Okay. That'll be a range for later, but I'll go for it. Charcadet. Charlos, the Charcadet. Right, so now we're in the fire base. The fire base is easy for Flamigo and Hawlucha. The key here is to hope that Crocalor can help us. You might think, oh, fire versus fire, you're even. Well, the key here is that there are Torkles and Numels that can be a bit problematic, because those are rock and ground types. And then Crocalor doesn't have the advantage. So, like, these are Numels. So we're just hoping that we don't see those when we have to... Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, Crocalor. So I'll actually double up here. Yep, and Crocalor already is no longer being used. So that's a bit unfortunate. That was a little bit earlier than I would have liked. I have no Pokemon to use against the what would have been Crocolar's turn, Torkles. So that'll be 26 when Flamigo is done. Need one more set here. So that ended up being a little bit slower than I would have liked. Again, Crocolore can help, but it's really unfortunate the Fire base also has Fire Rock and Fire Ground types. What can you do? Crocolore will shine in the next base. We're almost doing the bases kind of in reverse order. In terms of difficulty, we've gone with the hardest base, so fifth easiest, or like the last, fifth one. Then third, this is supposed to be second, and then the next one will be first. And then we'll do the fourth, or the second hardest, last. That'll be the fairy base when we get there. This particular Starmobile, I do have to low kick. Wing attack would be faster, but my attack's not high enough to go for it. Cutscene, more donations, right? Alright, things are moving. One more base, and then we'll go back to face our final gym leader. So there's only three more. There's only three more badges to go. Remember, we have the 8 league badges, or the gym leaders, the 5 star bases, and the 5 titans. We've done 15 out of the 18. And again, 18 because there are 18 different types, Pokemon types. So they are all unique. So no Titan, Starbase, or Gym Leader shares a primary type. Or a signature type, I should say. I like these theme. I like this theme. Like for a non-battle theme, this is probably the best. I always say that the in this game, the best sounding music is like the acoustic guitar. Just something about the dun 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 dun. Very authentic sounding to me. But yeah, Cassiopeia kind of talks to us over the phone, and then Penny comes by, and Miraidon's like, big fan, won't let me snuggle. next base. So these cutscenes do add a lot of time. This is primarily why Any Percent ends up as one of the longer Pokemon games in the entirety of the series. At 5 hour record for Any Percent by Saiyan Sync is 5 hours and 23 minutes. Which, first of all, is very fast. Like don't get me wrong, that is very, very fast. But at that length, 523, I believe that makes it the second longest Any Percent or like glitchless, Any Percent glitchless category. Well, yeah, Any Percent. in the entire series. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon is the only game that is longer at its base length. And it's by far the longest even in the Switch series. Let's Go, Pikachu, and Eevee just got under 3 hours within the last year. Sword and Shield is the next longest. It's just over 4 hours. It's like 4:05, 4:06. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl is 3:18 for Shining Pearl and 3:20 for Brilliant Diamond by yours truly. I'm the Brilliant Diamond record holder still. Legends Arceus is 3:39, and this game is a 5:23. It's a big jump. But you'll never find me complain about the length of this game because while it is mostly like cutscene and plot driven, I actually adore the plot of this game. I think it is very involved. It has fantastic characters and companions. It's honestly like the shining star of this game are the companions and the plot itself. Because I always thought the Sword and Shield plot was like a little lacking. Like, could have used a little more, could have used a little finagling just to make it a little smoother or like help the pacing. I think this game plot is wonderful. But yes, it does add quite a lot of time to the overall speedrun because of the cutscenes that happen, particularly after the Titans and the Star bases. And there's a cutscene before and after every gym. It does add up quite a bit. But I do really, really like the plot of this game. Yeah, in the Area Zero section, which I'll honestly advocate, like, I think it'd be a great incentive to add Area Zero to this game, like, as a GDQ incentive. I think that's a great plot, great section, great music as well. Alright, Crocalor can really shine in this section because now Crocalor's level matches the Pokemon in the base, and I just sent it out against Pawniards, so it has a type advantage as well, at least for that little horde. My stop and goes are a little meh right now. That was better. Well, you either get it or you don't. Roll back around this way. Should be one more set of Pokemon. You have to wait all the way till these grows. Okay, that was pretty good. Again, Crocalor shines the most in the dark base because it has enough levels to stand up to snuff. So your stop and goes make the biggest difference in the bases. And this is what really separates top runners from this game from just good runners. To go from good to great in the star bases can make the biggest difference in the overall quality of your run. This is an extremely consistent run. I mean, you're probably thinking your Flamigo's level 82. There should be no problem with any of the fights, and there's not. So it's these little things. It's the movement sections, and it's the stop and goes in the star bases and the olive roll that make the biggest difference, and it can be tremendous. Yes, there are still RNG elements to the battles. Like, other than ranges, it can be like critting in the wrong spot. It could be getting protect in the wrong spot. You can still lose time to the battles in certain ways, but from a skill perspective, it's the star bases, the olive roll, and the movements that make the most difference. It can make a massive difference. As you see, once again, Scrappy coming into play. Number of times where we try to get intimidated and it doesn't happen. Yes, both the abilities show up, but it is still faster than the ability and the stat drop from Intimidate. Okay. So when we return to Montevera for our final gym battle, we'll be buying an item called Vitamins. Proteins to increase our attack, and Carbos to increase our speed. In my situation, I have to purchase 11 Carbos and then 15 proteins. And 15 is probably as many as I can buy. If I somehow picked up enough money items and I can buy 16... that actually allows me to use a low kick instead of a close combat later. It is literally that close, which will save me several seconds on a fight. Again, RNG can still have a big element, but because my attack and speed IVs combined are very low, we prioritize getting enough speed, enough Carbos, and then we'll try to get as many proteins as possible from there. And it will be a little bit dicey at that point. Because I can't buy all of them, and when I say I can't buy them all, it means both money and LP, which can be used as a form of currency. I have to use both, and I'm still probably one more vitamin short, which is 10,000 Poké Dollars or LP. We'll see how well I've done. So 11 and hopefully 16. And this upcoming sell and buying shopping menus can be rather tricky. It's the only part in the run where I actually prefer to unmark my turbo button and just like hit it manually, because I'm gonna want to multi-sell my TMs and a bunch of money items, and you have to select the item and select the quantity, so you have to press the A button twice, and then I'll have to move down. So it'll be like down AA, down AA, down AA. And if I'm trying to turbo that, I might hit it too many times, like it might hit it 3 times or more, and it gets real funky from there. So there's very much a rhythm to it. I'm going to try my best as possible. I will focus on this shop for a sec. And I have to sell here. Oop. Oh, come on. Can I multi-sell? Okay, there we go. There we go. Ooh, that's not even enough. Hold on. Okay. cash? Oh no, pay with LP. Okay. And and that's why even dipping into LP is weird. So I probably picked up like 1 or 2 few TMs. So that's why you pick up so many TMs in the run. At this point, it kind of doesn't matter. I was going to be short on proteins anyways. I bought as many as I possibly could. But I only bought 14. And you should be buying 16 there. And that's how... And for one, I wasn't going to be able to buy 16. I was kind of crossing my fingers. Maybe. Ended up not. Not the case. Quite all right. And we'll worry about those vitamins later. Again, prioritizing speed and getting enough carbos is more important than getting enough protein. So now we are in the section where, yes, this is the ghost gym, but it's also the doubles battle gym. And there will be 4 double battles, 3 trainer battles, and then the gym leader herself. And this is, again, why we loop Rhyme and this gym in with the star bases. We still have the 3 Pokemon in our party. Yeah. And it's like, well, we needed 2 anyways. And weirdly enough, that in double battles, and Rhyme is the only double battle where she has more than 2 Pokemon, she has 4, that when she sends in a new Pokemon, it doesn't actually prompt us to switch. We don't get this switch, we get this like faux set mode anyways. So it doesn't even matter that we even have an extra Pokemon in our party. I had briefly mentioned that on the Scrappy ability, and the Scrappy can hit ghost types with fighting type moves, but wing attack is still fast. So it doesn't come up with it. What I do want to see is if my Hawlucha... There's a weird little trick I'm going to do on Rhyme to save a couple seconds. And it has to do with Hawlucha's other moves. We taught Acrobatics for a second time to now our support Pokemon. Hawlucha assisting us here. And Acrobatics is great, but we actually want to see where one of its fighting or non-attacking moves are. I don't ever want to use Swords Dance. Swords Dance is a very slow move to use when I have to use a trick. So even if I high jump kick, hurt myself by missing, it'll be fine, as you'll see. So our final trainer battle here. Funny enough is the DJ himself, MC Sledge. I do have to watch for him because his 2 Pokemon are Drifblim and Sableye. And the Sableye can be a range. Again, range for attack. Not for Flamigo, but for Hawlucha. Which is why I checked my Hawlucha's attack. I'm kind of within range to go for it. I don't have the exact ones. But at 105 attack, Hawlucha will guarantee kill the Sableye. I'm at 100 even. So it will be a range. It's at worst like 11 and 16. But I did get it. The idea here is if you're way off that number, you actually want to switch the attacks where Hawlucha never kills the Drifblim, but the Drifblim is going to self-destruct. So we still win the fight in 1 turn, but it is a slower 1 turn to go for. But it is safe to get that instead of getting a 2-turn, because not only is the 2-turn slow, but the audience cheering gives you a stat boost animation, which is very slow. It makes for the slowest 2-turn in the game. Felt that that was worth going for. And I might ask my friend Etiquette for that range, because I like to know what the range is, because I'm gonna always check my Halucha's attack. So for the gym fight itself, it's again easy, and you, like I said, isn't the Halucha, could that be a range on anything? And the answer is no. And it's because after the first turn, we're going to get a stat boost. So Halucha's stats are going to increase by 50%, eliminating any kind of range that would ever come up. But we are going to try to save some time on the fight by not KOing Rhyme's Pokemon all at once, which sounds kind of weird. But let me put it this way. She has 4 Pokemon, and it's going to take us 5 hits to KO those Pokemon because her lead is a Mimikyu. And Mimikyu's signature ability is called Disguise, which means whatever the first hit is, it will only take a fraction of damage as its Disguise will break. It used to be it takes no damage, but it made for a very broken Focus Sash mechanic, so they made that Mimikyu takes a little bit of damage, I think like 1/8 HP damage, but it will always survive its first hit no matter what, unless you have Mold Breaker. So it's going to take us 5 hits, which in turn would be 3 turns. Now, we could just attack the fight, like just wing attack, acrobatics, wing attack, acrobatics, wing attack, and that's it. The little trick we're going to try to do is we want to actually leave Mimikyu on the field when Rhyme's last Pokemon comes in. Because if Rhyme is down literally to her last Pokemon, I did this incorrectly already. Oops. Uh-oh. I was not supposed to mash A there, because I was supposed to attack the bayonet, so I wonder what's going to happen. And it didn't die? Oh. Huh. Well, that's slow. I don't think this is dangerous. Ooh, I get a crowd animation for a super effective move against me. Man. Huh. Well, anyways, ignore everything I just said. I was supposed to KO the bayonet and leave the Mimikyu on the field, and then not attack the Mimikyu, because if Rhyme is sending out her ace Pokemon, the Toxtricity, when it is not her last Pokemon, when she still has 2 Pokemon left, she doesn't do a flavor text. She's like, down to my last Pokemon. We're going to skip that. Looks like we're going to skip it anyways. Oh, there's my attack boost. Hopefully. I'm gonna go like this. So this is a little weird because, again, I was supposed to KO the bayonet turn 1. This is gonna end up being, as long as Halucha kills the Houndstone, it'll be the same number of turns. It'll just be with the extra crowd animation and the stat boost for Rhyme side. Hello, Kizaron. I am moving apartments to the same apartment complex. I'm just moving to a different unit. I'm getting a 2-bedroom, my guy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, didn't kill the hot stone. All right, well, this ended up being a very slow fight. My bad. Yeah, these stat animations are very slow. I did this poorly. Whoops. Please ignore the mistakes I made on Rhyme. This is fine. Yeah. Safe to say I didn't gold split that. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna have a room to be both a stream space and a guest room. Should be nice. All right, that's our 8th gym badge, and we are ready to take on the league. Of course, we got one more thing to do before that. One more team star base. Like that Rotom phone was just hanging out there in the ether, man. My game has been less laggy in the second half here than it was in the first half, that's for sure. I'm gonna see if I can get a slide. Oh, perfect. Plenty of room for a slide there. I wasn't going to naturally fall. One more guard spec pickup. And we're at the last team star base. Also a notoriously laggy area, but only so if it's raining. If it's raining, it's like super noticeable. But otherwise mixed results. At this point, like, again, the game's been on for 3 hours, and in any percent you would save, quit, and reload the game in order to refresh that memory leak. But we are preserving the save file in Treasure Hunt and in any single story category. So that's why you don't see us saving and quitting to reset any kind of memory leak lag. Keys, you know, if you want to help me move at any point next week, you are more than welcome to. I got my my mom will be in town, and we'll probably do like some restaurant week stuff too. Just throwing it out there. So just like the other star bases, we're going to have the 3 Let's Go feature. I'm going to try to get my stop and goes. The key here is that Crocolore is now not level 20, but it's level 28. It got some decent experience through the last gym. And that will help, and Crocolore does have the type advantage, because this is the Fairy base. And Fire beats Fairy. Fire isn't explicitly super effective against Fairy, but Fairy is not very effective against Fire. So it does... I think that gives it enough of an advantage. We just want to avoid sending them out against Meryl's and Azumarill. And we do teach close combat there. So goodbye wing attack, our fastest possible attacking move. There's just nothing in the game that will die only to wing attack. Acrobatics is much stronger. Wing attack is base 60 power, and acrobatics, while we are not holding an item, a held item, is 110 base power, which is insanely good. I'll have Crocalor help out there. Since Crocalor came back first, I actually wanted him to attack this one. I try to pair up Crocalor with others. My stop and goes, I don't think I've gotten a single one yet, though. Okay, there we go. Or not. That ended up being pretty bad. So I think what happened was there's a moment where your Pokemon might be unable to find a target for whatever reason. If you're not aimed directly at them, they might just not target anyone, which can be a little unfortunate. Because that means they're just like wandering around and they're kind of backing up the line. Like the other Pokemon that are waiting to get sent out will be unable to. So I got a little hung up there. And my stop and goes weren't particularly good. So we'll call that B-, C+, room for improvements. Again, I put a lot of pressure on myself to try to do it as good as possible. Because again, that can separate good runners from great runners. It just kind of looks like you stutter step, and all of a sudden the Pokemon's attacking something, and you're moving on to the next one. It really does make it look like your in-game character is speedrunning. Yeah, here we have Ortega, the Fairy-type user. And one of the first times we'll have to use X items in the run. Again, another staple of Pokemon speedrunning, X items. But because we've been so high level and so over level for the whole game, we haven't needed X items at all. Until here, this will be our first X item usage. In the any percent run, we end up using a total of 6 X items, and that's it. That's it, just 6. Oop, guard spec slot 2 in this category. And in this category, I only use 4 X items the whole run. We use a guard spec on this fight. Guard spec is an item that prevents stat drops. This Wigglytuff has a move called Charm, which would drop your attack by 2 stages, and Play Rough can also drop your attack. It has a chance to drop your attack by 1 stage. So we want to prevent that, use our X attack to get to +2 in the stat stage, and then we'll be able to KO everything else. For our purposes, the X items, which increase our stat stage by 2, effectively doubles. We go from doing 100% damage to 200% damage. If we would use another, we'd go to 300% damage. Stat stages can go from 0 to +6 and 0 to -6. But only having to use 6 X items in an entire run is kind of crazy, considering that in Oras, on Norman, you use 6 X items on that one fight, and sometimes 7. So we use potentially fewer X items in an entire 5.5-hour speedrun than Omega Ruby would use on one single fight. And there we go. Those are our star bases. Easily within the final hour of the run, So now we've defeated our 18 badges, you know, the 5 Titans, the 8 gyms, and the 5 star bases. So we've done the true mid part of the game, the middle game. For this category, we are now entering the end game, which is, well, for us, becoming champion, the Pokemon League, but it doesn't end with champion. In fact, of all the end game fights, the champion fight is the one we're going to do first. Well, the Elite Four and the champion. After which, we will then move to the companion fights. And the companion fights will be our final 3 fights of the game. So as we clean up the plot part of this one, Cassiopeia is going to reveal that she is actually the Team Star big boss, as they call him. The boss of the bosses. And it's like, wait, but you told us that you wanted to defeat the bosses. And she's like, yeah, I want to disband Team Star. But she couldn't do it from the inside because their, like, creed was too powerful and too binding. Like, it held them together too well. So she recruited us to... Basically, if you defeat the Team Star boss, they have to step down. You're just like, oh, that's also the creed. So, found a bit of a loophole there. But we'll worry about that in a little bit. Because we are heading to the Pokemon League. And now that we're done with the star bases, it is very important that we now deposit our extra Pokemon. So now we're just riding with Flamigo the rest of the way. And the league starts with not a battle, but one of the most stressful parts of the run, the interview. So this is Rika. Rika is going to literally interview us, like a test interview. And it is a test that we must get right. This is not just, oh, match A, ha ha ha, you're just going to ask me some pushover questions. No, we have to get all these questions correct. And of course, we're speedrunning it, so we want to get them right as fast as possible. No, teacher, I promise I'm not looking at the cheat sheets. I didn't bring notes to this test. Of course not. I'm doing this all from memory. what's wild, and that probably tripped up a lot of you, is that Rika asks you, why are you here today? And then she asks you a bunch of questions and then asks you, listen, why are you here today? And you have to answer the same way you did before. And this last question, she asked if you liked Pokemon. And the answer is definitely yes. If you say no, she's like, get out. So the Elite Four are not a surprise to us. In the gym cutscenes, we were introduced to the Elite Four as well as the champion along the way. They're like, hey, I'm part of Elite Four. Love to see you someday. The Paldea Elite Four, unfortunately for them, ends up being one of the easiest Elite Four competitions in all of Pokemon speedrunning. And that's not a knock on them. They're all great trainers. They're all very colorful characters. It's more a matter of how we've approached this run. We are level 82. We are well over leveled still for the Elite Four. Nonetheless, we'll describe how each fight goes. Rika is the ground type Elite Four member. And we actually don't defeat all of her Pokemon in one move. Not this camera, but her next Pokemon is a Donphan. The Donphan does have Sturdy. Like Sudowoodo, would prevent one-hit KO moves anyways. And you might be thinking, okay, so just double kick it. Double kick's not powerful enough to kill that Donphan. That was a 120 power low kick, which is double the power of the double kick as a whole, and I still can't even one-shot it and proc Sturdy. So he just two-shot it, and it's a natural two-shot anyways. It does get a bit of a stone edge hit on us. That was a super effective hit that did like 40 damage. So not risky at all. I also like, well, I would say Rika probably uses my favorite Pokemon in all the Elite Four, which is Clodsire. She has, in fact, acquired the sire. Clodsire is absolute friend-shaped. Big fan. The Clodsire does know the move Protects, so if it uses Protect, we just lose time. So again, battle RNG still matters in this run. It's not just boink, boink, boink. We get Protect, and we say, okay, how many seconds are we losing? And I think it's close to like 10. I think it's 10 and change. Because again, this is all time to the now, is what I should have gotten. Pokemon speedrunning and like battles in Pokemon speedrunning, when we say they're like our dangerous or our bad fights, usually fall in one of two categories. One, they're dangerous because they can kill us and just end the run. That'd be like Hideki and Oras. It's just like, oh, you're 50% to die here. Oh, cool, that's great. But what is a lot more common, especially in these in the newer Switch games, is that the fights aren't dangerous, but they're bad because you could lose time. And there's a handful of fights that are like that. I would say that the only true dangerous fights, and even that's kind of a stretch, there's a Yungoos before, there's a Yungoos in the intro, which is skipped in this category. That's a fight that can actually kill you. The Dondozo, so it's more, Dondozo is more in the, you probably just lose time to body slam paralysis, but could be fatal. for Flamigo. Tatsuguri, not so much. And then everything else is just, you could lose a little time, but even if it's just like weather RNG. Oh, Sandstorm and Sandstorm for Kofu's fight. This is Poppy, by the way. Poppy is very young. She's actually the granddaughter of one of the other Elite Four members, so she's like a prodigy, steel type user. And this is our first instance of using close combat. Close combat is a slow move animation, and the stat drop animation on top of it makes it very slow. I will have to use it twice in this battle. Magnezone has Sturdy, which again prevents one-hit KO moves. This time we can double kick it to KO it. So Poppy in every situation can be defeated by one-hit KOs every mon. However, this Bronzon that comes out, if I were to have acquired enough proteins, I would use low kick to KO. Instead, to guarantee the KO, I must use close combat. Again, slower move animation. I will still lose a couple more seconds. I think it ends up being like 4 or 5 seconds versus just a low kick. But I don't want to take the risk. Tinkaton, one of the best Gen 9 Pokemon. Absolute massive hammer. Of course, all of you know that's the hammer is the metal of Corviknights is what it's made out of. Yeah, it gets really interesting when you're just like, oh yeah, Elite Four member. 5 Pokemon, 5 turns, win the fight. The next two, not quite like that. And for this Elite Four member, it is a familiar face. I'm smiling ear to ear because it's our friend Larry. Larry's back. Larry is both a gym leader and an Elite Four member. How cool is that? He's a hard worker. To occupy 2 spots in the league as gym leader and Elite Four member. Pretty cool. Haven't seen that since Koga, but Koga didn't do that at the same time. He was gym leader promoted to Elite Four member, but Larry still retains his gym leadership. But as he says, my boss wouldn't like it if I just used the same type. So he's not the normal type gym leader this time. He is the flying type gym leader. And it was a bit of a giveaway when he had a Staraptor, the normal flying type, that the Staraptor, his previous ace, would serve as the indication that the other typing is his other type feature. So this Tropius has Sunny Day and Air Slash. Air Slash does damage and Sunny Day does not. And that is the only difference in this fight. We once again use an X attack to double our attack power. He still retains the Staraptor, by the way. It's just not his ace this time. We prevent Intimidate, but it doesn't matter either way. We can win the fight just as easily at +2 or +1 in case we do get the drop. But +1 is required because of his next Pokemon is Oricorio Pom-Pom version. This is the other Pokemon that we cannot hit with a neutral effective move. It is a flying electric type. So this and Iono's Waterel are the only 2 Pokemon that we can't hit neutral or super effective. There are other Pokemon that we choose to hit not very effective, but it's only because we choose to. Because it's just faster move animation. So this ends up being one of the more simple fights. It's X attack and acrobatic sweep. Larry, also a man of culture, has a Flamigo as well, and this time it's his ace. So ace versus ace, Flamigo versus Flamigo. Bit of a Spider-Man meme going on. And now that Larry is defeated, we have taken a little bit of damage. We're about half damage. We took a Stone Edge damage, and we took Air Slash damage. We will want to finally heal that off into this next fight. Hassel, the final Elite Four member, is the Dragon-type E4 user. And his lead Pokemon is a Noivern, which is a flying type. And it also has the move Air Slash. It does even more damage than the Tropius. At this health would outright kill me. But in any circumstance, even if you were only slightly damaged, it is... Unless you're like on full tilt, you heal into this fight. Oop. I did a little slide because I was mashing B. Healing does mean using the auto heal feature, but I don't have to wait for the animation to finish out. So healing into Hassel is literally required unless you're above 7/8 health, and even then it can be a little risky. The key here is that it's not only preventing you from getting crit killed by the Noivern's Air Slash, at full health you're also incentivizing it to use the move Super Fang, which only does half damage to you no matter what health you're at. If you're at 2 HP, it'll do 1 HP of damage. If I'm at 246, it'll do 123 points of damage and leave me on it literally half. So it is incentivized to use Super Fang and never kill. This is key because his next Pokemon is Dragolecki. It's a poison dragon type. The Dragolecki has a ability known as Poison Point. On contact, it has a 30% chance to poison us. Poison will do 1/8 our damage after each turn. And we're already at 1 health. So think of it as being, so we're gonna do some math here, fractions. We were at 4/8 after the, after Noivern. Now we're at 3/8 after Dragolecki. We'll be at 2/8 health. You can see where this is going. After the full apple. And after his Haxorus, we will be at 1/8 of our health. To which you think, oh, you're just 1 poison tick away from dying. Well, thankfully, his ace Pokemon, the Baxcabular, is his final Pokemon. It does not have a priority move, so it can't, like, quick attack us or do something funny. But since it's the last Pokemon, the fight is over before the last poison tick ticks over. So this is why in literally every circumstance you want to heal to full for this fight. Because even if you are, say, 1 point under full, he still might Air Slash you, and Air Slash can do more than half damage. And if that happens and you get poisoned, you do have to heal. You do have to full restore and lose a turn. So in this way, you are protecting yourself from the worst case scenario. But listen, if you're on full tilt and you're just like, I just won't get poison point and I just won't get crit and I won't get poison point, which I've said to myself before, I'm not healing going into this fight. Be my guest. You are more than welcome to do it. But that is a great example of the worst case scenario. I did not split for any of the Elite Fours correctly as I was explaining them. Don't worry about it. Getting poison point is very slow, by the way. I think you lose like 20 plus seconds from each and every poison tick. The ability itself and the 3 poison ticks really adds up. But the Elite Four overall, as long as you heal to full going into Hassle, there's no risk. If you don't heal going into Hassle, there's risk. I have died to Hassle before. I didn't heal to full, and I was just like, well, he can't kill me with Air Slash unless he crits, and then he crit me. And now we are up to the champion level. And now we will meet Champion Gita, top champion as she is called. She, like other champions, doesn't specialize in a single type of Pokemon, but I'll spoil it right now that her ace Pokemon, the Glamora, is a Poison Rock type and will have the Rock Terra type. I want to mention this now because I think this is really interesting. The 4 Elite Four members, plus if you would call Gita a Rock type user, those 5 types match the 5 types of the Titan Pokemon. Which I think is really interesting. And for as much hype as this fight is, you cannot lose the fight. The fight is free. There is no setup, and we one-shot all 6 of her Pokemon. It is wild how at level 83, extremely high leveled, and an extremely good Pokemon, with now our speed and attack investment, we are champion now. We'll mention this because it may come up in the Nemona fight as well. Gita is what we would call a hop fight. Hop, of course, from Sword and Shield, was the first trainer to point out when we were using super effective moves on them and would be like, oh wow, you already know about type effectiveness? Well, his brother Leon does the same thing. And now our current rival Nemona and the champion, the top champion, Gita, will also tell us, oh, I can see you're taking advantage of the type effectiveness. She will also tell us if we crit her. So the only thing that can happen, again, is we don't want to crit. We have no control over that. But if we do crit, she'll complain about it and we'll lose 10 seconds. This will also be interesting to point out. On the Glamora here, pretty bulky Pokemon, and strong enough that I will be forced to use Close Combat, my most powerful move. Again, the slowest move. Why would I use my slowest move on it? Well, I have to. But since it is the last Pokemon, the fight ends before the stat drop animations take into effect. So using Close Combat on the final Pokemon is not as slow as using it mid-fight when it needs to show you the stat drops, your defense and special defense fell. But in this case, we outright KO. The game, I got a crit, and there it is. Truly a devastating blow. A standing ovation is deserved. Yes, that's toxic. The ability still procs, but our stat drop doesn't. I would crit. I would crit champion on the final Pokemon. I should have just used low kick. All right, we are now champion. We have 4 fights left. Before we get to our 3 companions, there is one more fight in Starfall Street that we do before the Cassiopeia fight. And that is Director Clavel. Director Clavel stops us and he's like, actually, I'm Cassiopeia and I'm going to end this now. And Nothing crazy. It was recently rerouted. We used to do the Clavel fight first and then come to the Pokemon League. But we rerouted that for, one, a bit more optimal movement and flying, and two, it should be noted that while this is a completely open world environment, Mesagoza, the big city that exists in this game, does have its own load area. So when we come back here to Mesagoza, we only come here once instead of twice. We try to limit how many times that we come in and out of the city, simply to just help us with that load time. Oh, I'm sorry. Clive. Clive stops us, and he's just like, you thought it was Clive, but it was me! Dio! He's quite the magician. He does say it was me all along. So again, here we have a bit of battle RNG at play. The first 5 Pokemon go down without a fight. In fact, I just click acrobatics for them all. And if nothing happens, I just close combat the Quackaquavel, I think is how it's pronounced. The starter we did not pick. However, before we get to the final Pokemon, in fact, Etiquette came in and had mentioned something about it. Why does Effect Spore exist? The Among Us has an ability called Effect Spore. On contact, there is a 30% chance, and it is an equal chance that a status condition will be inflicted on us. One of 3. 1 poison, which, like the Dragolecki, we're gonna ignore. 2, paralysis. Paralysis is annoying. We can either safely heal it off with a full heal, or just try to hit through. Or 3, the most annoying, it's sleep. Sleep is particularly dangerous because we must heal it off. And since we are not slower than the Quaxaquavicle, there's the Effect Spore paralysis. I'm gonna take the safe route here. I feel like I've done my fair share of risky business. Maybe not. You know what? I'll show what it looks like. The Quackaquavel has a move called Aqua Step. Its signature move. Aqua Step increases its speed, but it's only prioritized to use it if it's slower than you. But since I'm paralyzed, my speed has been reduced by 4 times. So it's faster than me. So it's going to prioritize a move called Ice Spinner, which does less damage. At least it equates it as doing an equal amount of damage as Aqua Step before its terrestrialization or terrestrialization. We hit through, which is the best case scenario. If I don't hit through, I must full restore because it's going to use its Aqua Step on the next turn. Because now it knows that Aqua Step's can do more damage. So that was fine. You're 75% to hit through when you're paralyzed. But yeah, asleep is the worst, and that sounds like that's what Etiquette got. When you're asleep, it will use Aqua Step because you are faster than it. You're just asleep, and Aqua Step is a 2-shot range at this level, 83. But as we heard from Etiquette earlier, he's only level 70, so it's outright a 2-shot. Very dangerous. All right, and now we have 3 fights to go, and it is our 3 companions. We'll start with the one in the middle of town, which is Nemona. Nemona gives us a true cutscene here. It's a nice chance to get up and stretch. If you're doing any percent, this is not this cutscene, the one after the battle is a good bathroom break if you need to go real quick. But yeah, Nemona's like, hey, great job on doing the gyms. She's, by the way, our canonical neighbor on the very south of the region. She's like, from day one, we've been rivals and best friends. And like me, you love battling too. And she's just like, hey, I beat Gita too. In fact, she was the last person to beat top champion Gita. And now we are the most recent person to do it. So let's have an all-out battle as rivals. And just like her hero and illustrious champion, she too, we can one-shot all of her Pokemon without any questions. Now, if you have an insane amount of attack stat and protein usage, the Dudunsparce that she has, you can actually low kick at very, very, very high attack stats. Otherwise, you have to close combat. I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum. I must close combat. I mean, you're looking at like 19 times out of 20, you're going to have to close combat the Dudunsparce. In this category, it's actually more likely that you can get away with a low kick because we don't use the Hasty Mint. We actually need less speed investment, but again, not the case today. My boy finally got an evolution. I don't know if it's the evolution he deserved, but finally did get an evolution. Our companions have great themes too. Now there's the Miascarada. And that's the finale of Victory Road. Miascarada is surprisingly a very fast Pokemon. Ooh! Oh, the extra crit text! I crit Gita and Nemona on their aces? Whoa! Whoa! Not gonna lie, that was pretty cool. Just like her precious champion, I also crit her on the last move. You did it! Now let's battle again. She gets carried away. Can you blame her? Yeah, so we are spending plenty of time here in the school area, Mesagoza. Again, helping to optimize our time in this town where Again, it's a unique load zone compared to the rest of the region. The rest of the region and Area 0 have their own independent load areas. Really, the only buildings we can go into are the gyms and the Pokemon League itself. And what we'll see is our first title card. These are activated in our first school sequence, and the finale of the time will be when the last title card goes away. So we're going to the schoolyard because that's where Cassiopeia told to meet her after dark. But the game will always put you in dark when you go here. And who might we find here but... gasp, it's Penny all along. Cassiopeia and Penny, one and the same. The big boss of Team Star. And Penny has a fantastic theme and a fantastic set of Pokemon. You might never guess, based off that very cute backpack, what type of Pokemon she might be using. And there's my boy, Umbreon. So, Penny is not a scary fight. Again, one of those... Ooh, I axe-attacked early. I was supposed to guard spec first. Whoops, I did this in the wrong order. I'm supposed to guard spec first because all of Penny's Pokemon, thankfully I did not get punished here, have a move called Baby Doll Eyes. All the Eevees do. Baby Doll Eyes is a priority move, so it will always go first, and it drops your attack by one stage. And since, well, I'll say it now, she's got 6 Eeveelutions. They all have Baby Doll Eyes. They all could use it. If all 6 use it, well, we use our guard spec to prevent us from getting it, so it would only be slow at worst. And while guard spec is active, she won't go for it. But the worst case scenario is, and since I did this in the wrong order, I actually kind of left myself a bit vulnerable there for a turn, is that typically her last 3 Pokemon will still get a chance to use it. Guard spec will wear off on the 5th turn, including the turn you use it on. And because of that, her final 3 Pokemon could all use it. And we're at +2. So we could get reduced to +1, +0, and then -1. At -1, the Sylveon will not die. However, it is not dangerous, because if the Sylveon used Baby Doll Eyes, then it doesn't attack. It did the other. So it becomes a 2-shot. Again, you could just lose time in the worst case scenario. It's not actually dangerous. I, for one, think that Penny should have just broke the rules and had all 8 Eeveelutions instead of being forced to only pick her 6 favorites, because we all know that they all deserve love, including Leafeon. Actually, this ended up being a good fight. Now, some theorize that you can just not use the guard spec and basically just don't get Baby Doll Eyes, right? It would technically be faster. It's just that becomes more risky if you're not using the guard spec. I kind of leave it up to each their own in that regard, whether that's worth it or not. But it is most common to just guard spec turn 1 and not deal with that, because not only are you saving from Penny using Baby Doll Eyes too many times, but with guard spec up, she doesn't use it at all. And it guarantees that you don't even lose those half turns. So now Starfall Street is completed. Penny is defeated, or Cassiopeia. She goes by Penny now. But turns out that, like, let's TLDR this. They're an eccentric bunch. They are not the bullies. They were the bullied. And that's why they kind of defected from the school to create their Starfall bases so that they wouldn't get bullied anymore. But the connotation got taken the wrong way, so the director was going to expel them, but then he learned, like, oh no, like, these are actually great people, and they're doing good things for good people. We're not going to expel them. In fact, they're such good battlers that their star bases are going to be like our training bases now. And that can be their independent study project. And it is now allowed. By the way, it was me, Dio, again. And because of that, Penny's just like... And Penny never revealed herself, even to the other bosses. She was always just the mystery voice on the phone. So this is the first time they've actually met in person, and it's just like, oh, this is so touching. They're all such great friends. And we get to keep the star bases, yay! And EVs are great, yay! Who doesn't love the evolutions? They're the best! And that is Starfall Street. And with that, we only have one fight left. It will be some time between now and when we even start that fight, because we do have, again, this cutscene, which is actually a double cutscene. And then before we fight Arvin, remember the guy who introduced us to the Titan Pokemon because his dog was sick, but his dog is better now, it's healed. Fist fighting shape. He also has a cutscene. So there ends up being almost 7 minutes of pretty downtime here. Looks like, if I had to guess, I'm probably right on 4 hours. Probably just over 4 hours. Which is why I'm the most comfortable using a 405 as an estimate as opposed to 4 flat. Again, some weird things happened. I accidentally did the rhyme fight wrong. I took a couple encounters, which were a little weird. But, I mean, you can safely get under 4 hours 5. And Top Runner should safely get under 4 flat. I'm a little pushing it here for 4 flat. Part of that is because, in T-Pat fashion, I am using a physical cartridge. Physical cartridge does lose time. I've just always used physical cartridge. This has kind of been my thing. Like, you can prove that you can be a very good Pokemon speedrunner just on a physical cartridge. Just go for best times. And I like that I don't have to worry about that, even like world record pressure. You know, just do me. Pokebay, welcome in. We're nearing the end of the run. I can actually tell I'm a little behind because it's usually still nighttime right here. In my good runs, I can usually talk to Penny. This is the final talk to Penny here. When it's like night turning to day. And this is just where Penny is just like, you know, I do feel confident in myself and my friends. And you're my friend too. And it's like, yay, you're so smart. Also, Penny hacked the league system to get infinite LP and stole it and gave it to us. And she's like, oh, I'm really sorry. Hasta la vista. that's Starfall Street, which leaves us with our final, which is funny because our final storyline that we'll complete, Path of Legends, is we took care of the Titans first, but is the one that we're going to finish last. That is the hardest fly menu in the game. And it's not even close because the icons are literally one on top of another. And before we fight Arvin, this is where we first met him. There's a lighthouse here with this door that was locked when we first saw him. Turns out this is one of the professor's labs. And we haven't seen the professor at all. The professor, well, he calls us at the end of the Arvin cutscenes. The professor's stuck in Area 0. He can't leave. He's all Professor Toro, or if you're playing Scarlet, Professor Sada, are the parents to Arvin, but Arvin has kind of some abandonment issues. He's not just like an only child, but like his parents were way more into their research than they were their son, which is why he was so concerned when Mabostiff got sick, because that was like his buddy. That was the only guy that got him through the tough times of growing up. It's tough out there. So finally, Professor Turo is like, meet me at my lighthouse lab, I'll unlock the door remotely. And now we're finally here, and he's telling us, he's just like, yo, you should come to Area 0. That's where I am. Because Miraidon, or Koraidon in Scarlet, hails from Area 0, and I can tell you more about them and why you should probably come back. And I don't want to spoil too much because the information's kind of sensitive. I'll see you later. And Arven's like, dude, why can't you just be my dad? Kind of a bummer.
Drop it.
Cinder, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, welcome in Raiders, I'm T-Pat. We are recording a video for the SGDQ 2023 submission, speedrunning Pokemon Violet Path of Legends. We are on the final fight here, so not much left. Probably just less than 5 minutes. Hopefully I can just squeeze in under the 4-hour mark here. But the Arvin fight, well, in Path of Legends, this is an insanely dangerous fight. And if we see Path of Legends at GDQ, this is an insanely dangerous fight with Meowscarada at level 53. We are, thankfully, Flamigo at level 84, so this fight is not dangerous, and like most of the late game fights that we've seen, we one-shot everything. The only difference in the whole fight here is the Mabostiff itself. Again, it was sick at the beginning of the game, is now the most powerful Pokemon we see in the run, does have the ability Intimidate, and this is why Scrappy, the ability Scrappy, is so useful on Flamigo. We will prevent every single Intimidate. Not a big deal. If we do have Tangled Feet and do get hit with Intimidate, we use Close Combat at the end. Mabostiff is a Dark type, so it's weak to Close Combat, but without the stat drop, we get to use Low Kick, and it's faster. Funny enough, Arvin will use every single Pokemon that we've seen him use as our doubles partner against the Titans. The Greedent, he had originally, but did use against Tatsuguri. The Scovillian was used against Iron Treads. The Garganacl, back when it was in its little rocky form, was used against Bombardier. We'll see Toedscruel now. The Toedscool was versus Orthworm. Had to make sure that always freaks me out. It's a low kick here. The last one will be Cloyster, as a Shellder was up against Claw. So the 5 first Pokemon that we see are all Mons he's used as our partner. And then his ace is his partner, the Mabosniff, all along. Yes, and they're all food-like bases because he is quite the chef. He has made us the best sandwiches known in the Paldea region. So all of his Pokemon have a kind of food element. The Scovillians are the peppers, the Garganacles, the salt, the Cloysters, the oyster, except the dog. Dog not food. Don't eat the dog. Pet the dog. Save the animals. Eat sandwiches. And that's Arvin. And that's all three of our companions. And that's Path of Legends. Again, time ends when the final title card finally disappears. So it's not at the end of this fight, it's at the end of the title card. Which is only like 30 seconds after the end of the fight. So I am going to finish with a 359. Not a PB for the day, but a fine run. It had its fair shares of great moments, which probably went unnoticed because when you're just running, when you're clicking, it just looks like everything's clicking. When things go wrong, that's when you know it goes wrong. And I am not immune to that, but obviously, like, between the encounters and I did a fight wrong, it all works out in the end. And that's Path of Legends complete. And time ends at the title card, which is now. And there we go. Just under 4 hours for the treasure hunt. Again, this is very much like any percent. We just eliminate the first 50 minutes of the tutorial and introduction. And obviously time ends here. At this point, we would head to Area 0 and do the end game and the final storyline. It's called The Way Home. It really completes Arven's storyline and the Professor's storyline. And it's the reason why we have this, for again, Violet, the futuristic Miraidon, and for Scarlet, the prehistoric Koraidon. Kind of explains where he came from. I would very much recommend that if GDQ does accept this category, that it would be a great incentive to go to Area 0 and finish off the game. I think the intro and the tutorial is not necessary. I think the end game is fun. There's not a ton going on, but great music, great lore, and a very, very good final couple of fights. So would recommend that for the GDQ people. Again, my name is T-Pat. This was Pokemon Violet Treasure Hunt. Thank you for considering this run. Hope to see everybody that was just watching this on Twitch to stop by next time as well. And I'll leave you with one more fun fact, and it's about Trapinch, and it's that we all love him. Thank you very much, GDQ. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I'll see you there.